Estamos esperando las autoridades de Chile.
We
Están
are
levemente
just
atrasadas por
waiting
tema
for Chilean
de
authorities who are
tránsito.
somewhat late because of
Mientras
traffic
algunos
problems.
anuncios.
In the meantime, a few
We
announcements.
have headphones outside if you need to translation. Also, the meeting, actually, the conference will be in English and Spanish also. And that's how you have the opportunity to take the headphones. Mientras esperamos, como decíamos,
Whilst
a las
we
autoridades de
wait
Chile,
for Chilean authorities,
como vamos a tener aproximadamente
since we're going to have around 1.5
novena conferencia
days of meetings of this ninth Ministerial Conference on the
del
Information
Caribe,
Society in Latin America and the
donde, como
Caribbean,
bien saben, uno de los
during which, as you well know, one of the main elements that emerges from this conference is indeed the digital agenda that will, in one way or the other, guide the main aspect of the digital transformation in the region in the next few years. On your tables, you have probably found a position document that will be presented later on. It will be presented by ECLAC. So that's it. Let's hope that the traffic problems will be resolved.
Bueno, ahora sí, podemos empezar.
Now can begin. Welcome once again to this, the ninth Ministerial Conference on the Society of Information of Latin America and the Caribbean. It's a great pleasure for ECLAC to welcome you all here at the headquarters here in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we'll begin with the inaugural session of this conference. And for that purpose, we'll offer the floor to Jose Javier Medina Vasquez, who is Deputy Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Javier, please, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sebastián. Distinguished ministers, ambassadors, and authorities, on behalf of ECLAC and its Executive Secretary, Dr. José Manuel Salazar Siriñach, it's an honor for me to open the ninth Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to begin by greeting our host country, Chile, and especially the Minister of Transport and Telecommunications, Mr. Juan Carlos Muñoz, the Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation, Ms. Aysén Echeverría Escudero, the Minister of Information and Mr. Claudio Araya, and the Secretary of Telecommunications in the Ministry of Transport, and those that have been linked to the organization of this event. Likewise, I would like to greet the Minister of Information and Communication Technologies of Colombia, Mr. Mauricio Liscano, as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, Mr. Alberto van Claveren, and Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, Envoy of the UN Secretary General for Technology, who will join us later in the conference. I would also like to greet and thank the government of Uruguay, the Agency for Electronic Government and the Information and Knowledge Society, its executive director, Mr. Ebert Paguas, and its director of the society, the Information Society, Mrs. Virginia Pardo, for all their work and commitment to the region's digital agenda over the last 2 years. Dear colleagues and friends, we're meeting at a decisive moment during which the region faces three deep-rooted challenges that ECLAC has referred to as the three major development traps. First of all, low growth capability and low productivity. Secondly, a high inequality with low social mobility and cohesion. And thirdly, a limited institutional capability and ineffective governance. These traps that are strongly interrelated and mutually reinforcing have perpetuated a cycle of economic stagnation, social exclusion, and ineffective governance that has lasted for several decades now. I would just like to mention here where ECLAC establishes these conclusions from. And I would like to remind you that in late of last year, we published edition 141 of the ECLAC magazine. And in Lima, a month ago, we also published a context, which is our biannual document entitled Latin America and the Caribbean Faced with the Development Traps and How to Deal with That in the 40th period of session. And we also brought out an executive summary. And I mention these because today we're presenting this text prepared especially for ILAC, which is entitled Overcoming the Development Traps in Latin America and the Caribbean During the Digital Era, the transformational potential of this aspect, and which forms part of the development of knowledge and the development of public policies that we develop as from ECLAC and ILAC. And just to provide you a few figures related to these traps, at present, the growth trend in Latin America and the Caribbean is only 1.6%, which is a drastic drop compared to the 50s, 60s, and 70s, when we were over and above 5% per year. Our region, which is home to almost 670 million people, still evidences one of the most unequal income distributions in the world, where the richest 10% controls close to 55% of total wealth, while the poorest 40% can only gain access to 10%. Likewise, in 2022, 28.8% of the population lived in poverty and 11.1% in extreme poverty. On the other hand, more than 70% of the population in the region distrusts state institutions and their processes. This situation demands institutional answers that are more effective of a state that seems to be overwhelmed by the size of the gaps and the speedy changes. Our responsibility is to avoid another lost decade as occurred between 2013 and 2023, and to maximize the effectiveness and legitimacy of the state in order to preserve the trust of citizens and the quality of democracy. And within this context, and despite this gloomy outlook, as from ECLAC, we have an optimistic outlook of the region, and part of that reasonable optimism is based on the fact that we consider the digital transformation and the strategic use of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence as part of the solution for the region to overcome these three traps. However, this will only be possible to the extent that we can move towards a real and effective use of digital technologies for this purpose as a single cross-cutting aspect with an exponential impact and a multiplying effect. In relation to the first trap, by integrating digital technologies in companies, we can optimize production processes and facilitate access to global markets, thus reducing dependence on traditional and not very dynamic sectors. As a whole, this could raise productivity, which is what hits us most, diversify the economy, and facilitate the creation of higher quality jobs that are vital for sustained growth. However, today, a large part of companies in the region, especially in micro and SMEs, still do not adopt digital technologies and do not make real and effective use of them. Therefore, it will be essential to strengthen the link and the complementary nature between productive development policies and efforts in the field of digital transformation. In relation to the second trap, digital transformation will only be real and effective if it becomes a truly inclusive process. Latin America and the Caribbean still have significant inequalities in access to technology. While 80% of the urban population has internet, this percentage drops drastically in rural areas and among lower income sectors, creating gaps of up to 50 percentage points between the richest and poorest households. In addition, there is still a high level of labor informality that impacts more than 55% of workers in the region, preventing them from benefiting from the advances of digitalization. This highlights the urgency of implementing policies that guarantee a meaningful connectivity. In other words, access to an affordable and secure connection of high quality and with sufficient digital skills in order to fully participate in the digital economy. As is well known, during the pandemic, this included the longest educational shutdown in the history of the world, as mentioned by the social panorama of ECLAC in 2022. On the other hand, and related to our third trap, a real and effective digital transformation requires strong and reliable institutions. The digitalization of public administration and the incorporation of artificial intelligence into government processes can improve transparency, reduce corruption, and make public services much more efficient. Spanning from health to education, for example, enabling intelligent hospitals and effective primary care networks, and to promote exponential learning. But this requires institutions with a vision of the future, with management, innovation capability, and effective public and private management, adequate budgets, and a high conviction in order to implement these technologies in a strategic and ethical manner. Advancing in this real and effective use of digital technologies will, to a large extent, depend on what countries and their territories are able to do. However, it will also depend on what we do in terms of international and regional cooperation. Regional cooperation will be increasingly more important to address shared challenges such as cybersecurity, data protection, and the regulation of artificial intelligence strategic areas that demand a concerted and coordinated approach. These 19 years of joint work, persistent and joint work with the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, better known as ELAC, have shown us the relevance of strengthening and consolidating these efforts and spaces for collaboration in order to move towards a more interconnected, productive, and inclusive region. For that reason, during this 9th conference, and which is reaching its 20th anniversary next year, ELAC begins today a new stage, a stage in which we are called upon to deepen our efforts in terms of digital transformation, a stage during which we will seek to get obtain much more benefits and strengthen our institutional arrangements, a stage in which we will privilege the projects and concrete actions that at a regional level we are able to implement. In short, a stage in which we will seek to take strong steps towards a real and effective use of digital technologies as a way of overcoming our development traps, a stage when we need to establish priorities and move from the what to the house so that we can truly generate real transformations. In this new stage, therefore, we require anticipation and a strategic action, social appropriation and accelerated learning in order to live up to the challenges of this era. Thank you very much to all participants and organizers. I thank all governments linked to this. I thank the public and private sector. I thank the Productive Development Unit, Marcos and Sebastian, and thank you, Luis. I wish you all the best success in these 2 intensive days of intellectual debate, exchange of knowledge and experiences in order to improve the quality of life of people and productive, inclusive and sustainable development of our dear region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Javier. We'll now offer the floor to Carlo Araya, Undersecretary of Telecommunications of the Ministry of Transport and Telecommunications of Chile. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to our country. Chile believes firmly in multilateralism based on essential matters. Most plausible, a differentiating element that brought Homo sapiens to the top of the food chain is its capacity to collaborate with unknowns. And this capacity to work with unknowns is what always convenes us, because we get better results collaborating. And from that viewpoint, the government of Chile is happy to welcome an instance such as this, because we believe that the exchange of experience, the exchange of knowledge, as we were talking to Minister Teague from Colombia a while back, to know where we've made mistakes so that others will not repeat them. This will allow us to progress. We understand that, in fact, digital transformation of our societies and economies is an opportunity for Latin America and the Caribbean. We understand this as the possibility of improving the inequalities that affect our continent. And also, we understand it as an improvement to productivity, as the Deputy Executive Secretary just said. We need to improve productivity, and all of these things will allow our region to reach a different level of development. And that is what we're seeking: development that is truly inclusive and allows a better economy to mean better living conditions for the entire population. So the invitation is to share and discuss the ways to improve the digital inclusion of our people all, and which are the limits that we will place to the development of AI, how to have better governance, because speaking of the 70% of people who do not believe in institutions, how to improve governments to become credible, and especially at this stage, how to move to action. We've had very good discussions. We've been able to conceptualize elements such as 2 years discussing as to what effective connectivity is. Well, now, how can we actually have effective connectivity for our people? That is a challenge, and I invite you to have a discussion as open as possible with all cards on the table, because this is the only way that we will be able to achieve these aims, collaborating among us all. So once again, welcome and thank you for accepting our invitation to visit our country. Well, thank you very much, Claudio. And now, to close the inaugural ceremony, we're going to hand over to Virginia Pardo, who is director of the Information Society of the AGESIC agency, with whom we have been working a lot in recent years, and they used to have the chair of the regional mechanism. Well, thank you very much, Sebastian, and I thank everyone for being with us. The truth is that it is a pleasure to see such a lovely hall full, packed, and even people outside. And we have had 2 very intense days working together, and it is a pleasure to be here and an honor to transfer this role to our friends from Chile. Well, first of all, I would like to, on behalf of the government of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, on behalf of the executive director and powers, who for personal matters was unable to be here, but he did send his greetings, and the role that we have exercised within the framework of this conference in November 22, during the 8th ministerial meeting held in Montevideo. The countries of the region defined a digital agenda 2024, and Uruguay was chairing the mechanism for the 22-24 period. And during those 2 years, many things happened. Just to give an example, we did pass the 2024 digital agenda, which considered targets, regional indicators, and we have formed various working groups. And between today and tomorrow, we're going to see the progress, the outcomes, and the achievements made. We had a committee for measurement, and we put into motion the observatory of ECLAC. That is an effort that we are trying to produce common indicators in the region to see how we're moving ahead as a region and facing the challenges, these aims that we're considering, how can we achieve them? Also, we had 2 editions of the Latin American Index of AI, and we within this framework have supported and contributed to ensure that we can improve the methodology and the quality of the results. And also we had programs of activities, workshops, seminars, studies related to digitalization, the development of digital skills, data centers, and technical cooperation, the design of digital policy. And also, we've had several editions of the School for Digital Transformation, including a new edition that was sent to the Caribbean. And within the last 2 years, we have a Digital Alliance for the EU, LAC, and we've already had instances in Montevideo, in Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, with a set of working groups, and that materialize these challenges and together with the countries of the EU, many challenges in common, also globally, and instances for cooperation, a lot of work, synergy with this mechanism of the digital agenda. And locally, we negotiated and passed the Global Pact, which we understand is essential and that is very much aligned with our aims and our challenges and our efforts as a region in terms of where we should be aimed with the sufficient use of information technology and the impact that this is bringing to our societies and inhabitants. This has allowed us and demanded an effort to connect and supplement and complement different mechanisms and processes. And this has been an essential part of the role that we have played at the Technical Secretariat, the chair, and the countries who are members of the network, and also the civil society players, private sector, multilaterals. This challenge that is constantly on the table. We must move ahead with cooperation, complementation, but all of this to create greater efforts and synergies in achieving the outcomes. We work, a lot of us here, together on the Mercosur digital agenda. We've also have progress in the G20 group with the summit of ethics and AI led by UNESCO with the with CAF assistance. IDB cooperation programs, and also other working groups within the OECD and others. And all of this is part of a need that we have as a region to work, but also to connect and coordinate what we do constantly. As was said in 2023, 18 years since the adoption of the first action plan on the information society in Latin America and the Caribbean, but in Rio de Janeiro in 2005. And next year, this will be 20 years uninterrupted in the region, has a regional digital agenda. And I think that this is the message. 20 years uninterrupted having a regional digital agenda with aims, targets, challenges, and a space for dialogue and action based on collaboration. We've had different versions of the digital agendas, different formats and approaches. The more focused on aims and actions, general and specific, and each one is evolving in our countries. And I think that this is a space which continues to be highly valued and is very current and each day more necessary, working collaboratively with governments, civil society, the private sector, and multilateral agencies. Today, we are gathered to determine a new agenda with aims that are still very valid. That, in part, is good because it means that we have maintained a significant scope at the regionally, and also gives a signal that we still have a long way to go, and we must continue to have an agenda with aims that we would have liked to have achieved 5, 10, or 15 years back. But we have new challenges or that today are far more valid in the agenda. Digital transformation, the use of technology is key for the development of our countries under the premise of safe and responsible progress. Significant connectivity, people's skills and competencies, public infrastructure, AI, misinformation, access and data quality, all of this is an agenda very relevant today. All of this is key to direct our digital agendas and digital policies in each one of our countries. We must take this as a benchmark, but also it's important to have a global framework for the connection and cooperation in the region. And to end, I would like to thank the countries who are members of the steering committee from Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and Trinidad and Tobago. ECLAC, our colleagues, on behalf of Alejandro and Sebastián, who worked hand in hand with us, but all ECLAC as the technical secretariat and all representatives of the governments, the community that in general took part in each one of the activities that we convened and organized and contributed, each one based on their role and view. And so congratulate and wish you every success, Government of Chile, our colleagues from Chile, where we have been actively working on this mechanism and all other instruments that I told you about earlier as the chair. And of course, also continue to propose in Uruguay and our institutions at your service to continue supporting and collaborating with very important mechanism. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Yeah, especially for this very interesting and rich summary, because in each element that you have mentioned and You reminded us of everything that has been done over the last 2 years and how many of these initiatives that sometimes may seem a dialogue where it's not seen that much, but it has helped us to move ahead with this agenda that is in constant movement and change. And in coming years, we will continue to do a lot of work with the digital agenda. The truth is that each day we need more action and concretion in what we need to determine. And so we close this inaugural opening session, and now I hand over to Lucio for the election of officers and adoption of the agenda. Well, good morning and welcome. We must now adopt the provisional agenda of this ninth Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the document of September the 17th, 2024. The provisional agenda has 7 points: the election of the officers, the document overcoming the development traps in Latin America and the Caribbean in the digital era, AI, and others. A special session on the laboratory of policies for digital transformation, discussion, other matters, and the adoption of the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, the Santiago Declaration. If there were no objection by the delegations, we will take this as adopted. And we will move on to item 1, the election of officers. As usual, at conferences of ECLAC, that the country that is has the generosity and the disposition to host the meeting and lead and propose the work be elected chair. In this case, Chile, and so I ask delegations if there is agreement to respect this tradition and elect Chile as by acclamation as the chair of this conference. Thank you. We greet Minister Juan Carlos Muñoz, Minister of Transport and Telecommunications of Chile, just as Chile is elected chair of this conference. There are also several delegations that have joined the Secretariat and expressed their disposition to accompany Chile in the next 2 years. These are Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, Trinidad and Tobago, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. And I would say that today at 4:30, we have a meeting of delegations and head of delegations, and we'll have time for one space in case another delegation would like to join. And so I submit this to the delegations for your consideration, comprising Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, Trinidad and Tobago, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. Adopted. And so now, item 3 of the provisional agenda, the presentation of the position document entitled Overcoming Development Traps in Latin America and the Caribbean in the Digital Age, the Transformative Potential of Digital Technologies and Artificial Intelligence by Marco Ginas, Director of the Division of Production, Productivity and Management at ECLAC. Marco, well, thank you very much, Luis, and greetings to everyone at this 9th Ministerial Conference of ELAC, EU-LAC. As the Deputy Executive Secretary said, next year ELAC will be celebrating its 20th anniversary, and so we have been insisting that, based on this edition, ELAC is beginning a new stage, and we will giving priority to concrete projects and actions to move ahead along the path of digital transformation. Virginia mentioned and accounted for the very impressive agenda and inventory of efforts made over the last 2 years. But the truth is that the speed at which things are advancing, we are faced with the need of doubling our efforts. And so I am very pleased to present this position document titled Overcoming the Pitfalls of Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Transformative Potential of Digital Technologies and AI. For this to serve as an inspiration in order to identify projects and actions to move ahead in this regard. So, getting into our subject, and as the Deputy Executive Secretary said, Latin America and the Caribbean is trapped with three development traps. On the one hand, a low capacity to grow, and second, high inequality and low social mobility.
Se debe precisamente a nuestro convencimiento de que la transformación digital está parte de la solución para que nuestra región salga de estas trampas de desarrollo. Ahora bien, eso sí y solo sí realmente avanzamos hacia un uso real y efectivo de esas tecnologías digitales. Y es en ese contexto que hemos organizado la presentación del documento que estamos presentando el día de hoy. En primer lugar, sorry, apparently.
Is the translation working now? Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yep, okay. Muchas gracias, además, por mencionar.
I was saying that along these lines, we've organized the document that we are bringing to the table today. In the first place, we're going to be talking about the digital technology's role to overcome this first low growth and productivity trap. In the second place, we will be talking about the role of these digital technologies to overcome the second trap of high inequality and low social mobility. And third, we will talk about the digital transformation's role in overcoming the third trap. And we will also focus on some recommendations that we would like to stress today. With this, as a roadmap, if you agree, we'll begin. I feel it's important to recall that here at ECLAC we have said that Latin America and the Caribbean have just finished an even more lost decade than the famous lost decade from the 80s in terms of growth. So between 2014 and 2023, the region only grew 0.9% average per year, which is much lower than the 2% that the region grew in the last decade. And behind this poor performance in terms of growth, we have a productivity that has also remained stagnant and dropping even in the last few decades. Behind this mediocre growth productivity, there is a low adoption of digital technologies. Therefore, there has been progress in terms of connectivity, most specifically measured by the production and connection of companies to the internet. They're not making a true and effective use of digital technologies. In accordance with a recent study that we carried out here at ECLAC, over 96% of these SMEs with a number of workers between 0 and 19 do not have any web presence. It's important to recall that many of these SMEs make up 98 or 99% of the labor force. So over 90% of our companies do not have a web presence. That's not the only thing. In terms of the ones that do have an internet presence, over 70% have a very passive presence. That is to say, they don't even use the internet for transactional purposes. This is why, if these are the gaps in terms of technology adoption in a very mature market with internet technology, what could we expect for cloud computing, robotics, or AI? So this gap in terms of digital technology adoption is materialized when we analyze the adoption of artificial intelligence. We have an analysis of the case of Brazil, where only 13% of companies are using artificial intelligence. There is huge heterogeneity between the sectors, and we see how the information sectors and the communications show higher levels of adoption, but many other sectors show huge opportunities for improvement in terms of adoption of artificial intelligence. This on the side of demand. Let's look at the offer of digital technologies in the region. This is where we say that our region cannot simply be a consumer of digital technologies coming from developed countries and the world powers. It needs to strengthen its own offer. There has been a significant increase in the number of startups in terms of AI in the last few years in our region. And Brazil appears with the largest number of startups in terms of AI in the region. But we see that at a global scale, our region represents only 3.8% of the total startups that work with AI around the world. That leads us to conclude that we are underrepresented if we compare it to our representation throughout the global population. And just to conclude this first section, the first low growth and productivity trap, I'd like to mention that artificial intelligence will not only have a significant impact on Latin America and the Caribbean, but that it is already so. There are some projections that suggest that by 2030, artificial intelligence will impact 1.3% of the GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean. But today, in 2023, it represents $71 billion. That is the 1.11% of Latin America's GDP. So a good part of this added value comes from the surplus of AI production and its use in the other sectors. Just to put this into context, let's recall that at a global level, artificial intelligence is expected to have an impact of 3.5% of the world's GDP by 2030. Moving on to the impact of these technologies, these digital technologies, with respect to the second trap, high inequality. Let's recall that our region, despite a very auspicious beginning in this first decade of poverty and inequality, where there were some significant advances, the second decade has not allowed us to have significant results in terms of poverty reduction and inequality reduction. So these figures somehow contrast with the connectivity issues. Despite the advances we've seen in terms of connectivity, the digital gap makes these gaps even deeper. We see how in the last decade, the broadband or fixed broadband usage has increased by every 100 people in Latin America and the Caribbean that are connected, 18.5. So now it's double, but we are still lagging behind compared to other regions of the world, in this case, compared to the European Union. And what we're concerned about is that this could deepen other gaps in terms of inequality, because this connectivity is not reaching the more vulnerable population. We see that 50% of those that are not connected in our region are low-income groups, and over 60% of the non-connected population is rural. This difference between the rural and urban sector has increased. But if we take a look at a broader concept in terms of connectivity, which is meaningful connectivity, where we have access to this connectivity, and in addition, in terms of the ability, the skills to use this connectivity, we see that the performance in our region decreases significantly when we compare it to achievements in connectivity. Just to use some figures, Chile, our host country, has a connectivity of around 97%, but if we measure it in terms of meaningful connectivity, it drops to 36%. This is partly because there is a lack of digital skills that complicate things further and don't allow us to capitalize on these opportunities of digital transformation and AI. See that our population has lower percentages. For example, if we compare to Korea, that has figures of over 80% basic level skills, only 20% of our population has medium skills, and advanced skills would be only 14%. So we have a lot of room for improvement in terms of our digital skills. All this within a context of the possibilities of AI and how it can impact the labor market. We see that 44% of employment in the region has a high probability of being impacted by artificial intelligence when we include generative artificial intelligence. Let's move on to the third sector, the third development trap, the role of digital technologies and overcoming the weak institutions. As the executive secretary mentioned, in our region, over 70% of the population does not trust the institutions and their processes. Despite the advances in terms of digital government, when we look at this from the point of view of the Electronic Government Index, we see that there have been improvements, but the gap persists when we compare ourselves to, in this case, Europe. We also see advances, significant advances in terms of the adoption of artificial intelligence in our region. a few days ago. The study that we carried out with Dr. Juan David Gutierrez was presented. There, we identified how Latin America has been implementing over 62 artificial intelligence systems, 272 artificial intelligent systems with chatbots and others, which are a way in which the government interacts with the public. But these contrast with the need to strengthen a vision of artificial intelligence when we measure the government dimension within the index on government preparation for artificial intelligence.
Todo eso
All of that brings us to the final recommendations that we have included in this presentation. I think it's worthwhile to mention that the document includes a large number of recommendations that we hope will serve as inspiration for the agenda that we will be working on over the next few years. Here, we would like to emphasize some specific recommendations among the total. First of all, we are positing the need to delve deeper in our efforts to move towards real and effective use of digital technologies and AI. This will imply several different actions. I would like to point out just a few. For example, this will entail the need to adjust our metrics. For example, we will have to go from figures related to connectivity that speak to great progress and begin using meaningful connectivity figures which address additional dimensions. And we have also seen that there are significant improvement opportunities there as well. So somehow we will have to address the real effective degree of adoption by companies of digital technologies. Now, this will also involve bringing to the table additional stakeholders who are not necessarily present here today. In other words, this should not merely be a discussion between ministries of technology, ICTs, communications, and other authorities leading this digital agenda. Rather, we should also bring to the table production ministries, ministries of the economy, of the industry, that is, ministries in charge of production development policies, health ministries as well, in order to make progress towards the real and effective use of digital technologies. Secondly, we are proposing the need to have more in-depth combination of digital transformation efforts with production development policies. In fact, a few months ago, here, we addressed the new production development policy outlook for the ALC region. Here we focused on efforts in this area and forecast, and we also included a series of recommendations for our countries and for our territories so that we may step up our production policies. Now, those recommendations, in fact, include the need to link up the digital transformation efforts with production development policies. Now, to a certain extent, this entails working on two major fronts. On the one hand, on the demand side. On that side, we will have to figure out how we can best focus our digitization efforts in those sectors as prioritized by the countries under their national production development policies. Just let me provide you with a few examples. Colombia, a year ago, roughly, presented its new reindustrialization policy, which includes 5 strategic areas of work. Brazil, in fact, a few months ago, presented its new industrial policy entitled New Brazilian Industry, where they define 6 areas where most of their efforts will be focused. So we will focus a significant amount of our digital transformation efforts on the areas that the countries have prioritized under these policies. This will also entail scaling up our efforts with regard to digital technology expansion. That's just a very elegant way to refer to programs to support companies to facilitate the digital technology adoption process. Now, although our countries are carrying out efforts in this regard, they do face challenges still with regard to adopting digital technologies and other challenges regarding production. Now, as far as the supply side is concerned, we will have to work on the agendas to boost the supply of the digital technology companies in our region. In fact, we have already been working on a regional agenda relative to digital aspects, and this has gone hand in hand with the digital clusters approach in the countries so that we may draft an agenda relative to that. Thirdly, we are proposing greater strengthening and taking greater advantage of multilateral spaces such as this one, ELAC and the regional agenda. As mentioned over the last few days, in our region, there have been many parallel conversations regarding digital transformation and AI. Allow me to mention just a few of these. A few months back, thanks to an invitation by the ICT Minister of Colombia, I actually attended the Artificial Intelligence Summit in Latin America and the Caribbean held in Cartagena. A few months ago, we also attended the Ministerial Summit of UNESCO and CAF in Uruguay relative to ethics applicable to AI. And ELAC actually has an institutional network that will be celebrating its 20th anniversary next year. And in fact, it's flexible enough to bring about working opportunities for us to hold these multiple discussions with a view to reduce duplicities and take full advantage of synergies. Now, the third recommendation is related to something we mentioned early on, how we are aiming to prioritize projects and concrete make progress on the digital transformation pathway. Let me provide you with some examples of some concrete actions we would like to refer to. There, in fact, is a presentation that we will be presenting within the framework of ELAC related to the new Digital Transformation Policy Laboratory as an opportunity and a space to provide guidelines, methodologies, support to the countries when they wish to design and implement their digital transformation policies. Now, in conclusion, we are convinced that to the extent that we actually move towards real effective use of digital technologies, we will be able to make progress towards doing away with the development traps that are exerting pressure on us today. And thus, through all this, we will be able to secure greater levels of well-being for all of our people, which in the end, as we always say, is the purpose of this entire discussion. Thank you. Here you have the QR code so that you can download this presentation. Thank you, Marco. I would also like to remind you all that we are currently translating this document, and we hope to be able to share this with you over the next few days so that our Caribbean English-speaking colleagues will have access to it in English. Now, we would like to welcome the Foreign Affairs Office of Chile.
We have to check if they have connected the Undersecretary General and the Amandip Sangil, who is the UN Secretary General Envoy on Technology. And he joined us this morning from New York. And for sure, maybe he could tell us more about this recently approved Global Digital Compact and its potential for shaping the governance of artificial intelligence. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the host, Javier Medina, Deputy
I
Executive.
hear you. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes. Yes. But thanks so much. Go ahead.
Excellent. So thank you. And I'm delighted to join you virtually from the UN headquarters in New York. I want to thank the hosts, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'm delighted to be here alongside Minister Alberto Van Cleveren, whom I saw last in the corridors of the UN General Assembly in September. Your ministerial meeting couldn't be more timely. It comes after the Summit of the Future. So following over 1 year of consultations with thousands of stakeholders, an approval at the Summit of the Future by 193 negotiating member states, the Pact of the Future has revitalized our conversation on multilateralism and strengthened our cooperation on the complex challenges we face: climate change, reform of the international financial architecture, peace and security, and most importantly for our conversation today, digital cooperation. The annex to the pact, also known as the Global Digital Compact, ties together old and new issues with a holistic approach that recognizes the interplay between development, the digital economy, human rights and safety online, data, and of course, artificial intelligence. The Global Digital Compact has broken new ground for global digital cooperation with multiple firsts, such as the first universal agreement on AI governance, the start of a process on a comprehensive approach to data governance inside the UN, encompassing data for development, and ways such as digital public infrastructure to bridge the demand and supply gap that Marco so eloquently evoked in his preceding presentation. And I want to emphasize one of the most important shifts that we see with the adoption of the Global Digital Compact, and that is recentering the conversation around the inclusive digital economy. So for the past 20 years, we've often looked at this issue of digital and emerging technologies from the perspective of information flows, from the perspective of connectivity and content. But today, as the presentations preceding my remarks have pointed out, we must look at these issues from the perspective of accelerating economic growth, boosting productivity, enhancing social mobility and inclusion, and of course, helping us deliver good governance at low resource expenditure. Now, how does the Global Digital Compact do that? And what's the role of regional economic commissions and regions in taking it forward? So I want to focus on this in the remaining part of my presentation and take artificial intelligence as a benchmark, as a use case to make my points. And I think, first of all, it's very important that the governance of these technologies be more inclusive. Take AI, for example. There are 117 countries that are not part of the leading initiatives on AI governance. So we must make sure that each country, every region is at the table, and they are able to shape this powerful technology, make it work for their own benefit, and not be merely consumers of governance or consumers of products and services that are developed elsewhere, but they are also active participants in the AI economy. They are building their own models, in particular culture and language-specific models. They are addressing their own economic and development needs through AI technology, and they are not mere consumers and followers of trends that are set elsewhere. The second aspect is smart policies. Is active engagement, as was pointed out previously, across different ministries, led perhaps by the offices of the presidents and the prime ministers, so that there's a whole of government perspective on harnessing digital technologies for good and mitigating their risks. And this is where we at the UN now have our marching orders from the Global Digital Compact, again taking AI as a test case, first setting up a scientific panel, an international independent scientific panel that will give us regular updates on what the capabilities of these technologies are and what is the evidence for the opportunities and for the risks, so that the policymakers are not acting in the dark and they have something like a global public good that helps them make better policies. Similarly, at the UN, we are ready to work towards a regular policy dialogue on AI so that different approaches on the regulation of these technologies, take the European Union's AI Act or the United States Executive Order or the Chinese interim measures on generative AI, we have a space where different jurisdictions can speak to each other, can learn, and can anchor their work in our universal norms, in particular the Sustainable Development Goals and our human rights treaties and other commitments on gender and the environment. Now, the third aspect, and as someone from the Global South, this is very critical in my view, the third aspect is access to benefits and capacity building. So there is, of course, a digital divide, and you saw the figures. There is a connectivity divide, there's a meaningful connectivity divide, and sometimes there is a utilization divide, which is where digital public infrastructure can play a role, for example. But speaking of AI, we today have a critical AI divide. None of the top 50 countries on AI have an African country. If you take the top 200 high-performance compute infrastructure, there's no such infrastructure from Africa in there. Similarly, Latin America, you saw the facts and figures, is lagging behind. So how do we ensure that there's access to compute, to data, to talent? How do we ensure that there are resources, there's funding for capacity building around the world, so that we put a floor under the AI divide? That's a critical third area for action coming out of the Global Digital Compact. And I want to conclude this part with a fourth area, which is cultural, linguistic diversity, the protection of indigenous voices and knowledge. If you look at the models today and the data that's available for training them, this is primarily, in English. 50% of online data is in English, another 20% in 6 other languages, and over 200 languages represent only 0.2 to 2% of online content. And there's a lot of missing data in terms of the data sets you need to protect the Amazon, to have a climate change resilient agriculture, to protect us from pandemics and advance on public health. So we need investments in those data sets. We need investments in local language models that are context and culture specific. So this is, again, something that the Global Digital Compact provides us some markers on. And I like us to grab this opportunity to work together and work with a regional and a bottom-up focus, not a top-down New York, Geneva heavy focus, but a focus that brings in the concrete needs of the regions and the communities that they represent. So I'd like to invite you to endorse the Global Digital Compact. The compact is open for endorsement by stakeholders going beyond the 193 governments that adopted it. I'd like you to help us in building an implementation map that the Secretary General has to present early next year. And I'd like your help in standing up these foundational pieces on AI governance so that AI works for all humanity, for each and every community. Thank you, Excellencies, and I wish you a very fruitful debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amandeep Sahil, for this very interesting statement and invitation also to endorse and be more involved in the Global Digital Compact. Ahora en sala vamos a pasar justamente la palabra, tenemos la oportunidad.
We have the opportunity and the pleasure of having Chile's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alberto Van Claveren, who will talk to us about some of the things put forward by Amandip and that have to do with the relevance of multilateral and regional cooperation in order to deal and face up to the challenges of this rapid and overwhelming digital transformation. Thank you, Chair. Deputy Secretary, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Andip Singh, Envoy of the Secretary General on Technology, Minister of Transport and Telecommunications, Minister of Science, Technology and Knowledge and Innovation, Echeverry, ministers from other companies, from other countries that accompany us, ambassadors all, members of delegations, representatives of the EU member states, representatives of international entities, civil society and academia. Dear friends all, I would like to thank on behalf of the government of Chile, I would like to express our gratitude to ECLAC for summoning this ministerial conference on the Society of Information in Latin America and the Caribbean, where Chile has the honor of acting as president of the Digital Agenda ELAC for the 2024-2026 period. The unit, in fact, faces an unprecedented technological revolution as a result of artificial intelligence and other innovations that are changing our social, economic, and political dynamics. The new technologies present a promise of inclusive and sustainable development, but at the same time, and we're aware of this, imply risks that could deepen inequalities and create new threats if they are not managed with the necessary safeguards. Technologies can provide our states with capabilities in order to respond to citizens' demands, improve the productivity of companies, and facilitate access to essential services such as education and health. However, there are also risks for inclusive development. And when it comes to the expansion of digital gaps, the loss of jobs, threats to privacy, transparency, and data security risks that could be even greater in developing countries within our region. Likewise, technological progress has intensified geopolitical competition and the race for the prevalence in terms of patents and regulations. And this poses additional challenges for a region such as ours, where the dependence on external technologies is important and where we have a need to strengthen our own innovation capabilities. Faced with this complex situation, multilateral cooperation is fundamental. In Chile, we are fully convinced that there are three essential elements in order to guide these joint actions. First of all, multilateralism as a key factor to establish international regulations that are coherent and that regulate technology at a global level. Meetings such as this meeting enable us to deal as a region with the scope of the Global Digital Compact that was recently passed in the Summit of the Future and to achieve its implementation via the ELAC 2026 digital agenda. And this will enable us to ensure that the vision of our region of Latin America and the Caribbean plays a role and exerts an effective influence upon the development of the global technological governance. Secondly, we believe that digital innovation must place human rights at the very center, guiding digital development towards more just, inclusive and sustainable societies. And this involves the active collaboration between the state and civil society, between academia and the private sector. The private sector and the technical community lead the development of this progress and thus play a crucial role in the creation of an inclusive digital future. Likewise, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls must be at the center of our digital cooperation initiatives in order to ensure equitable development. And finally, we believe it is urgent to advance in the governance of artificial intelligence and its technological transfer so that this may contribute to overcoming the digital divide between the North and global South. And Chile is committed with ethical and transparent regulations for AI in our region, prioritizing an approach based on human rights. In addition, it is also crucial to strengthen our national capabilities in order to develop and adopt artificial intelligence in accordance with our own needs and interests. These are principles that must be upheld by a renewed digital convention in our region that goes beyond individual projects and that promotes a shared and collaborative vision. The new technologies provide a tremendous potential to advance towards a more inclusive and sustainable future. And we must work jointly in order to ensure that no one is left out of the benefits of the society of information and knowledge. So I would like to wish you success in these deliberations and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Minister, for inviting us to multilateralism and to try to deal with these issues with a vision from the region and taking a voice and our own vision. Thus, we would conclude these special statements. I would like to again thank all authorities, and now we will move on to the first panel of the day, which is called Reimaging Governance and Institutional Frameworks, Opportunities in the Digital Era and in Artificial Intelligence. And Mr. Arturo Catalán will act as moderator. He is the editor of the Chile Tecnológico section of the newspaper El Mercurio.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arturo Catalán, editor of the Chile Tecnológico section of El Mercurio and conductor of the Technological Universe. I'd like to thank ECLAC and the organizers of this 9th Ministerial Conference on Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean for entrusted to me the challenge of moderating this panel called Reimagining Governance and Institutional Frameworks for Latin America and the Caribbean, Opportunities in the Digital Era and in Artificial Intelligence. We hope to be at the height of challenges proposed, connecting 7 outstanding speakers from the region who with ministers and other authorities. I'd like to begin with an account and bringing to mind an activity that occurred in this same place a year back when the executive secretary of ECLAC commented to attendants of the region that to strengthen governance and institutionality in Latin America, it was necessary to do an integral work, basically work in favor of growth, productive development, and the labor market with policies focused on social matters. And allow me, panelists and audience, to quote a proposal made at the time by the ECLAC executive secretary. We advocate a solid society and flexible, able to respond to changes with appropriate frameworks, clear mandates, a clear social authority, and a model of organization that is robust, with HR policies that are effective and sustainable financial resources. Undoubtedly, these are the basis and pillars of governance and institutionality. And what convenes us now is to see how the digital issue and AI may contribute. And as has been mentioned previously, that is the path we are on. But we must also take responsibility and turn around that 70% of citizens out of the 670 million inhabitants of the region who are not satisfied with the policies and authorities. Here, a digital transformation technology play a key role. We saw this during the pandemic, how it speeded it up. And in recent years, we have witnessed this with this famous concept of AI that yesterday, before preparing this, I saw on Google, there are more than 1,200 different receptions in Google. 5 years back, there were only 120 million. Well, undoubtedly, AI is a fundamental pillar. And what is being done? Who do we look to? The EU, 2018, joined to determine the policies that may have different pillars and focus of this development, and so how to contribute. There were several pillars, but I would like to mention 3. First, cooperative work. That is a teaching. Generating a legal and ethical framework and making AI available to public administration. This bore fruit 6 years later, and August this year, we have a law on AI in Europe. And so we have where to look. But what are we doing? Are we all right? Are we moving ahead? We must look at the glass half full rather than half empty. Weeks back, late September, it was known the 2nd edition of the Latin American Index of AI. And this concluded that the 3 countries leading the matter, Brazil, Uruguay, and Chile. But that study also shared messages and challenges that we must continue to work on research, human capital, and governance, and without any doubt, education. We have also made headway in ethics. Let's recall that in October, the Montevideo Declaration was signed with a regional roadmap for the ethical development of AI 2024-2025. And to conclude this introduction and begin the panel, I hope that these 2 days of this meeting to be held at this 9th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean, we may go from discussion to action. And personally, that next year it's 20 years since, well, I don't know if I will be a witness as a panelist or attendee, that we may sow agreements and actions that will, once and for all, allow us to foster growth, reduce the digital gap, and personally create a concept that I heard from Asemia recently, creating digital sovereignty for the country and the region. Having said this, let's begin with our conversations. I'd like to begin by introducing the panelists that will be with us today. First of all, Juan Carlos Muñoz, Minister of Transport and Telecommunications of Chile. Minister, thank you for being here and sharing with you once again. It is an honor. Also, Oscar Mauricio Liscano Arango, Minister of Information and Communication Technologies of Colombia. Minister, welcome and thank you for being with us. Also, our Minister Aysén Echeverry, Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation of Chile. Minister, thank you. Eugenio Vargas Garcia, Head of the Department of Science, Technology and Intellectual Property of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. Thank you. Guido Gomez, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Dominican Republic Telecommunications Institute, Indotel of the Dominican Republic. Also, Cordell Green, Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. And lastly, Rodrigo Goñi, who is a member of the Parliament of Uruguay and President of the Futures Commission of that parliament. Minister, I'd like to begin with you, Minister Muñoz. There's been talk of infrastructure. There's been talk of connectivity. Without infrastructure, there is no connectivity. Without connectivity, there is no communication. Without communication, there is no education, and this encourages gaps. And neither could we say that this digital transformation or AI could have a garden to grow these challenges that we're going to consider in the next 2 days. We as a country are leading the issue of infrastructure. In the World Congress, we have been recognized. What could you say in this regard, Minister? The floor is yours. Thank you, Arturo, and I'd like to begin by greeting each attendant and also thanking the organizers of placing our country as a chair here. We are very enthused and happy with the progress our country has made in terms of digital connectivity. And the truth is that this is a sphere where, as we said a few days ago, the planet and our societies are moving at an extraordinary pace with the promise of carrying out improvements in productivity, in new services, developing outputs that yesterday were unthinkable. And the digital agenda and AI are constantly astounding us. The challenge here is how can we do this in a way so that no one is left behind? This is like a vehicle traveling at accelerated speed, and it is a challenge for everyone to be present. Here, the discussions here are key. The regulatory frameworks, the governance to allow the zero digital gap be a reality. This is something that we see within our countries and our society, but also among countries. And the presentation by Marcos showed this very clearly. We as a country are, of course, driving that digital development with a series of policies, and you perhaps the persons from the sector are already informed. We have intensely deployed the latest connectivity technologies in terms of 5G, and that allow us to not only reach territories where yesterday we were not present, because here we not only have the digital gap in terms of resources, entry, gender, age, but also geographical. There are areas where it is difficult to reach, but we are moving ahead in terms of digital connectivity via 5G and with a national policy to connect the entire territory with internet. And also we are considering and announcing an underwater cable to connect our country to Asia, the first cable that will connect Chile to the rest of the world, not through the Pacific coast, but under the Pacific Ocean. And this will strengthen our connectivity. We understand also the role of Chile as a gateway to the Pacific for the rest of the continent. And that is why we understand the submarine cable as not only Chile's connectivity, but a gateway for the entire region to use. This is part of what we are driving to open up space towards the rest of the continent. Another key aspect is the connectivity of our cross-border passes, border crossings. The matter of connectivity and open doors to the rest of the continent. And perhaps I should also comment on a bill that were almost recently passed in our country. We are very proud of it, declaring internet a public service as a utility, similar to drinking water or electricity. Today, there are many people that if you say to them tomorrow, there's one service that is going to be cut off, water, electricity, or internet. And many people are going to not choose internet. They're going to hoard water. They're going to have batteries. But people say, don't connect the internet, otherwise I have no job, no work, no education, and no connectivity with my people. So the internet is a catalyzer. And I like what has been said here, because connectivity must be significant. Connectivity where it is insufficient to just connect to be entertained. Connectivity today must allow us, and this is part of the effort to be made, we must allow us to change things in favor of better productivity, better education, and so that these territories that today are not connected, that once with a given connectivity, they may have projects for development that become viable. Projections that before were unfeasible. Today they are, because these territories are connected. That is how we see it. That is the government's plan in this matter of zero digital gap. And we're launched with a series of projects to do this. And also I would like to say here that these must be state or government projects that brings governments together to move ahead. We have no divisions. We all agree in this pathway. And I believe that also I'd like to take this opportunity to convey all ethical elements associated to AI, for which we need governance that truly governs. It is a vehicle that is traveling fast. The truth is, it has no driver. And we run risks in that vehicle that is going each time faster. Cybersecurity, managing information in a way that maybe is not so interesting. A vehicle where we want no one to be left behind. The elderly, for example. These are very relevant groups. Perhaps one of the most important. And digital connectivity, it seems to them like space technology. It is important to make that effort. Thank you, Minister. I remain with your phrase, governance that governs. I now move on to Oscar Mauricio Liscano, Minister of Information and Communication Technologies of Colombia. Oscar, you're working with a digital agenda. Could you tell us what impact or what role is AI playing, which is a topic that is a key player in this panel? Please, could you tell us about that? Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, and I thank ECLAC for inviting us to this conference, and the Chilean ministers for welcoming us, and all delegates, ministers, and officers who are here. Thank you for the invitation. In Colombia, we have 3 pillars and 2 cross-cutting elements. The first, as my colleague has just said, and friend, Minister of Chile, we have a first strategy, which is connectivity and bringing in connectivity to 85%. At IMT, we're at 93, but in internet access, approximately 70. We want to bring it up to 85%. We have a second pillar which is very relevant: innovation, digital innovation, or innovation in regions. Colombia is a major country regionally, and Colombia, which is a target that we're focused on. But other very important elements, one which is AI and another cybersecurity. With regard to AI, we have 4 strategies and 4 enablers. The first, research, and we're working together with the Ministry of Science and Technology in Colombia to research new apps. And second, development, creating fundamental AI models to resolve specific issues such as health, education, security, gender, mainstreaming, and we've invested $30–40 million in that this year. Education, the strategy that I just mentioned, double degrees in universities, in Python, machine learning, and other topics related to educating children in coding, right from primary school, computing thinking. And the fourth skill is governance, working on an ethical framework, and where we are all working, each one aware of what the other is doing. And 4 enablers that for us are fundamental. One is data. Without data, you have no AI. We're on the verge of passing our data law, not data protection, where we all have very good regulation, but rather encouraging data production. Because one of the challenges in Latin America is that we have to be data producers.
We can't continue to consume the apps and the models that come from Europe and the US with data from the US and Europe. We need to have our own data, and they need to be recoverable. We're almost about to enact the law, and that will help us produce data. Infrastructure. If we don't have infrastructure, supercomputers, GPUs, and if we don't have data centers, it will be very difficult for Latin America to become a leader in artificial intelligence. Colombia is carrying 2 large projects, one in Zipaquirá and another investment with the Arab Emirates, building another in Barranquilla with Microsoft, with the G42 fund. And we're going to have 3 large centers of artificial intelligence. The next one will be power, clean energy. We're working on that as well. And finally, what the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile mentioned, multilateralism. The regulation of artificial intelligence is not something that is only to be done in Colombia. We're convinced that it has to be done throughout the region and the world, and that is why we held the Artificial Intelligence Summit in Cartagena, where Chile also participated in funding. We're in a region that has less economic capacity, increasingly more restrictions, and we have more commitments than connectivity. We need to find financing for our countries, and this could be what we are doing in terms of strategy and what we're doing in terms of artificial intelligence. And with that, I'd like to conclude with a couple of things. One is that in 1879, as an example, the light bulb was created, and then electricity came thereafter. But today we are generating energy freely. But if we have artificial intelligence, 300 or 200 years later, we can't prevent it from reaching all of our citizens. That is perhaps one of the main challenges of this conference, as to be paired with technology that is democratic and that helps us increase the digital gap and, of course, help our citizens.
Gracias, ministro Lizcano.
Thank you, Minister Cano. Lizcano. Yes, you've been working on research and the educational model. Are there any cases in artificial intelligence that you can share with the audience, Minister? Well, one of them is for the allocation of quotas for enrollment in the schools. We've chosen several sectors. We have a partnership with Google. We're creating models with them. One of these is to allocate quotas in schools. We have a lot of dropouts, and the allocation of quotas is more complex. We have a lot of offer, but the demand has dropped as well. I don't know if that's happening in other countries. And one of the things that we're trying to do with artificial intelligence is how to improve our capacity to address the demand we have in middle and high schools. This is the model that we're working on. We have a partnership with Google, as I said, to work on these with technological transfers. I would now like to call on Aysén Echeverri, Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation in Chile. What challenges do governments find to include and adopt artificial intelligence in public institutions? Have you, as a ministry, you've led the policies in artificial intelligence and data centers, and now I understand that you're going to announce quantum computers. So, similar to what some cases in Europe and then the US, can you share about this? Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's great to see so many colleagues and friends to discuss these matters. I am going to refer to the question, but I think it's important to mention what artificial intelligence has done for us in terms of regional collaboration. We have met a few times, but we have made substantive progress, and it is noteworthy, especially hearing all of you. These ideas and areas are a common goal and priority.
Voy a tomar las dos partes de la pregunta.
I'm going to answer both parts of the question. I would say that today, the fact that governments and public administration addresses these challenges of artificial intelligence from the perspective of regulation and also implementation is of the utmost importance, and in a period where there is distrust and the public institutions have greater pressure, and answering to these is a necessity in terms of quality service, but also in terms of protecting our democracies, and we need to understand it like that. And public institutions are not necessarily innovative, and I believe many of us have made an effort to incorporate innovation into these efforts made by public institutions. But there are other things that don't necessarily promote risk. It is difficult to make mistakes in public administration. It's just too costly. So part of the challenge is to offer certainties to those who are working in public administration in terms of understanding what they can do, what they can't do, and how. That will allow us to transfer risk to the project implementation and not to the decision-making process. In the case of Chile, we did something really interesting as a pilot with the presidency secretariat, and it was in terms of digital government. What we did is that in January this year, we issued instruction to all of the public offices to make use of artificial intelligence in the state, and this was based on certain ethical principles, very much in line with what is promoted by UNESCO and the Declaration of Santiago, the Montevideo Declaration, and this is a tool that we encourage public organizations and institutions to use so that we keep transparency. And something that we tend to discuss often is asking a question whether I need artificial intelligence or do I resolve whatever situation it is with what I have.
The result
of this exercise has been interesting. We have experienced different situations, and public organizations are using artificial intelligence, and then a note comes out and people feel they've been doing something wrong when they may not necessarily have been doing so. So it has to do with the community in the public sector, public algorithms, algoritmospúblicos.cl, and that offers information on how to be transparent, how to use the algorithms, and how to make sure that the implementation is done correctly. And we have seen many cases where it is being used. And regarding the second question, or second part of the question, and I don't want to repeat what Minister Liscano mentioned, we need to advance in a series of areas, and we know this very well. It is part of our lines of action, and I feel the challenge that lies ahead, and that is what was mentioned during the opening statements of the summit, is how to identify those spaces where collaboration is possible and necessary. And I'd like to address at least two. One has to do with calculation. We need to be able to calculate, to have figures. We have the networks, connectivity mentioned by Minister Muñoz. We are building infrastructure. We announced it this morning with Corfo, $7 million in this area. But we also know that these figures can be connected and can work as part of the network. And if we're able to reach these agreements, it's not only going to be about these calculations, what Chile, Brazil, Colombia are doing, what we're all doing. It has to do with what we can all make available as a region for our researchers. And a second thing that was also mentioned by Minister Liscano is the language models. Language models have to do with how we make sure that not only our languages, but our cultures, our idiosyncrasy is reflected. And this is important. We have cultural differences, cultural characteristics that need to be reflected in these technologies. There are initiatives and they exist, but this shared will of the region has to be to move forward together. We need to make a call for action to work together. It's what we've been doing in the last few years. Work on our shared values and on the agenda. We have an index, we have ethical agreement, but you just mentioned, and so did Minister Liscano, the language models. Everything that is used today generates or has to do with OpenAI. Do we have the conditions to create our own regional models and to therefore be able to claim digital sovereignty? We don't we don't just have the capacity and the governance, but we have the workspace to do so. It's what we have done with the Latin American countries and the Caribbean. And one of the working areas has to do with the language models. part of what we've been doing is this. It is high up in our priority as well as other countries. There are research groups with participants from the different countries that are working on this and aim to work in this direction. And there are challenges in terms of the calculations, counts, but I feel that the countries also have an interest to collaborate and feed this language model with data, the data that we need. And that's what the minister mentioned as well. It's not going to happen without calculations and without cables and data. So if the models we use are based on data that are not part of our culture, our language, our laws, and the entire universe of documents that make us the culture we are, then we would have another challenge. So it's not only about capacities. We have teams working on this already. There are quite advanced conversations on the matter, but we just need to set dates so that we can finally announce with pride that there are results. So perhaps that will be part of our conclusions after the assembly. All right, thank you very much. And we'll move on to Eugenio Vargas Garcia from the Department of Science, Technology, and Intellectual Property of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil. You have characterized your country by reducing this digital gap and increasing inclusion. What can governments do to address these challenges in terms of adoption and in the development of these emerging technologies? Please comment, Eugenio.
Muy amable.
That's very kind of you. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Good morning. I think that the challenges that our region faces are very well known, thanks to the presentation by ECLAC referring to the traps, and we have great clarity regarding this. So then we know what our country should do. Allow me to refer to 2 points. Nationally speaking, the first point would be technological development. Here we have already mentioned that we cannot continue as mere consumers of imported technologies developed and made elsewhere. That should be a mission to develop our own instruments and measurements and technologies in our own countries. In the case of Brazil, and I'm sure the same applies to other countries throughout the region, we have a national strategy for AI adopted in 2021. I think it's important for the countries to have a national strategy, but beyond principles, we also need resources. In July, just a few months ago, we launched the Brazilian Plan for the good of all. Now, this is in addition to the national strategy, and this involves resources as well, resources that have been earmarked, 23 million reals, which is roughly $4 billion earmarked for developing AI technology in Brazil, in keeping with the priorities already mentioned, such as infrastructure, training, talent development, data, business innovation, governance. All of that is tied within a project, a package rather, that involves a suite of activities. And this has been led by the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Therefore, development is the first point. The second point is adopting technology. In this case, as already mentioned here, it's important to mention that, okay, fine, we have the technology, regardless of where it comes from. And it's important for states to make data available, quality data available to society. For example, we have the a body in charge of managing public services, and it's about how the state can best use the tools available to provide better services to the population and to companies as well. During the ECLAC presentation, there was mention of how many companies, in fact, actually Brazil was cited as an example, and in fact, we do have low participation of Brazilian companies with regard to digitization and adoption of AI technology. So within the Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, known as MITIC in Brazil, there is yet another plan available for the industry, and this is what we call the New Brazilian Industry. This involves a variety of different missions, and mission 4 is digital transformation. Therefore, it's important to digitize the companies. This is a task pending for the government, but for the private sector as well, and society across the board, with civil society support, for example, universities, etc. So that's the second point, and that is adoption. And the third point is governance, because all of this calls for governance. For example, the data issue is key, quality data, and without data, we will not have AI. And then we have the data economy, which brings about economic profit and benefits. And regarding governance, each country has its instructions and tasks laid out. We have a bill that is currently being addressed by the Senate in Brazil regarding AI. It's a bill to regulate AI and related to how to best guarantee human rights in the digital economy era. And it addresses technological aspects and how we can bring about responsible use of AI in the country. We have seen lessons, and it's likely that next year the Senate will be able to make progress on this bill that is already being addressed by the Brazilian Congress. Now, all of that is at the national level. I would now like to refer to some other aspects applicable to the regional and global level. Maybe later I'll refer to that. So I just wanted to mention that we agree with Chile, as mentioned by Minister Eisen. Computing capacity is important. So infrastructure in the region calls for a great deal of work with regard to sharing computing capacity among our different countries and the language models as well. Having a Latin American Spanish and Portuguese and indigenous language model. This is a pending activity, and we have researchers in Brazil who are actually working on that. With this, I conclude. Thank you. And then we will continue with the discussion. Just one question for you, Eugenio. You mentioned that the AI law is currently being processed in your Congress. Now, is this related to the European AI law, or is this homegrown? Perhaps you could refer to that. The actual text was discussed quite broadly in Brazil, and of course the individuals involved in that are very familiar with the international experiences, and such as the European one as well. You cannot start from scratch, because we know that there are existing experiences out there. For example, the EU AI Act is an important example. So in Brazil, we consulted society. And we took the time to listen to civil society and academia and experts. We exchanged ideas, and thus we consolidated a text that's quite Brazilian and in keeping with our needs, and an AI Act that in the end reflects our reality. Thank you, Eugenio. Now let me give the floor to Guido Gomez, the president of the Executive Council of the Dominican Institute for Telecommunications of the Dominican Republic. Now, we've talked about governance. Let's now bring ethics into this. What ethical regulatory framework should be implemented in the region to ensure the AI transformation? Thank you for the invitation. Good morning. It's a pleasure to share this opportunity with you to talk about issues that are crucial for the development of all of our nations. I am able to publicly say that I am envious in a positive way, because I have heard ministers and authorities reflecting upon some very interesting aspects of their own experiences. And as a Dominican and as a representative of my country, and as the primary authority in the field of telecommunications, I must admit that the best way to understand each other is through full awareness regarding how we have a challenge in terms of our regulations. We have a telecommunications law that dates back to 1998, and technology has progressed so quickly that we are severely lagging behind. Now, with regard to AI, this has to be addressed independently. Now, we have to make sure that we push forward a legislation that is appropriate for the 21st century. But above all, on the side, we have intuitively developed a trend towards statistics and figures. That's why when we reflect upon a framework applicable to statistics, we reflect significantly on the potential of AI and digital technology and how these digital tools will help us with better governance. What I'm trying to say here is that within my field of competence, 2% of the telephone bills fund my field, and our entity has a significant budget. Therefore, when we address essential issues, we have to strike a balance between good intentions and the resource reality. What I'm trying to say is that evidently, when we focus on statistics, we see that there are major concerns relative to AI. I already explained the legal issue, the legal challenges, but we're all fully aware of the fact that we are headed in the right direction with regard to AI. But at the same time, we must be aware of the risks and hurdles, and how countries such as ours, that for countries that need to rely on existing international knowledge and consultations for training purposes. And this is something we do not have available at the national level, and this brings sovereignty into play. Bolivar once said that we need to be careful. So with regard to placing data in the hands of non-nationals, and when we do that, that puts us in jeopardy. Secondly, we have another challenge, and that is to recognize that the component, the macroeconomic behavior in our nation brings about issues. We know that as the economy grows, for example, we have 5.1% estimated inflation, and this is a bit shocking. So the question is, who grows when the economy grows? So most of the Dominican citizens today have access, but they are quite far from having meaningful connectivity. That brings me again back to figures. Yesterday, we were referring to the ECLAC experience in 3 key countries, Brazil, Chile, and the Dominican Republic. With regard to meaningful connectivity, I think our rate is 21%. And again, when we think about the popular sectors, we only think about how we have a social mission. And when we go out into the field and we talk about cybersecurity, we talk about data and training, I think about the citizens' priorities, citizens who do not have access to water, to food, or to work even. And allow me to mention that when I saw the presentation on the potential of artificial intelligence and how it could impact the future of work, I can assure you that I will no longer use that figure for my country, because if you have a serious, intelligent approach, you could see that certain population groups might be concerned. For example, in the Dominican Republic, we have 800,000 Dominicans in the informal sector, and these are issues that are of concern to us. And then finally, during this first cycle, I really need to refer to the effort carried out by my nation. I have been in this position for 70 days only, and clearly when you begin a post, you are full of energy. And so I would just like to refer to other colleagues who have preceded me and others who are providing good examples. But in any event, our challenge is related to the lack of technical knowledge in certain sectors of society.
In the Dominican Republic, the levels of poverty concentrated in the southern part of our country, close to Haiti, so that you can be aware of this. And I have to explain, and I don't need to explain the characteristics. However, the latest studies undertaken by the Ministry of the Economy established that despite the fact that poverty is indeed close to Haiti, it has concentrated in Greater Santo Domingo, in the peripheral areas of the capital, where 44% of citizens are technically in poverty. And what strategy have we developed? First of all, technological training programs in the peripheral area of Santo Domingo, so that young people and women can immediately receive training and create the minimum conditions so that that technical process can lead them immediately to productive activity. And that is a much needed requirement. Thank you. These are Dominicans that are in informality, and you're saying it's 70 days. What is your dream so that those Dominicans are no longer in that informality with the support of artificial intelligence and technological tools? Well, despite the fact that nature, despite the fact that there is jurisdiction in our country, and it would be adequate for the Minister of the Economy to answer that, I'll try to defend that and associate it to my own tasks. The main problem in societies such as ours is that there are so many institutional regulations that they automatically lead people into informality. In the specific case of in the job generation in the information sector in my country, up to a few years ago, we have 54,000 direct employments. Now we have 38,000. And why has that diminished? Well, because that manpower has been outsourced because it understood that it received greater revenues in the informal sector. And our job is to bring them back to formality only if and when we are able to provide salaries that seduce them, so to speak, so that they can come back to their starting point, because otherwise we will have no ability to say to people that are earning more in the informal sector to come back to the formal sector if they have to take a strong drop in their salaries. Now, we'll offer the floor to Cordell Green, who's the Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Cordell, the issue of human rights. How do you believe, or what is it that artificial intelligence can do in order to respect human rights and also the sustainable development of the region? Maybe you could comment on that, please.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I want to pick up where the last speaker left off, in a sense, talking about human centricity, and to say that the focus of this entire discourse and our undertakings amount to naught really if ultimately we're not producing maximum human value. That is what I distilled from the comments. So it might sound a bit too romantic or philosophical for this type of forum, but I quite frankly believe we have to go back to some basics as we are developing these very close acquaintances with intelligent systems that we are inserting in our social arrangements. We have to go back to basics and consider the qualities that make us human, the values that are at stake, and the duties that derive from those values. And we do that because it is important for us to determine, as we are talking about technology and governance, we must at the same time determine with a high degree of particularity what are the functions that artificial intelligence devices and technology should be allowed to perform, and those which they should not perform for security or humanistic or ethical reasons. So risk mitigation has become an ethical question. And we have to be thinking about risk as we talk about the design of the governance frameworks. We have to guard against damage to information integrity, deepfake, impersonalization, disinformation, misinformation, and the like. Intentional use of AI to violate human rights and to harm individuals, be it arbitrary surveillance, discrimination against marginalized groups, AI-driven addictive products, manipulated decision-making, hyper-targeted advertising. In other words, we're not talking about technology, we're talking about people. Violation of intellectual property rights. Jamaica, a small island, has a global cultural footprint that bears no relation to her size or economic ranking. Her superpower status is in culture. 8 genres of music, a religion, Rastafari, etc., etc. But we are now talking about technologies that present an existential threat to what makes Jamaica special. Environmental harms, harmful disruption of labor markets, one of the most insidious ethical threats, digital scavenging, laborers in the global south, whose participation in this ecosystem is framed as limited to cleaning digital filth of the internet. In this round of revolution and development, that's not where our people should be located. And then it's a bit far-fetched for some, but I think because of our vulnerabilities, we have to, at the same time, pay attention to issues such as the intentional use of AI in armed conflict, and of course, inequitable ownership and control systems. So in sum, we have to be global, think globally, but also nationally. And our national AI ethics guidelines should be predicated on core principles of human centricity, fairness, transparency, accountability, grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, comport with the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And I want to conclude with this point. The old operating systems which governed society and which continue to govern society will not deliver transformational social results in this age. Innovation is occurring at the speed of thought, coupled with the mantra, move fast and break things. Yet in that scenario, certain interests would want us to believe it continues to be acceptable for the governing frameworks to lag behind technology, innovation, and deployment. That is not sustainable. Ethics, risk management, policy for governance will have to be aligned with engineering, innovation, and research at the design stage. That is the best guarantee against policy overreach on the one hand and policy malaise on the other. Thank you.
Gracias, Rodrigo.
Thank you. Thank you, Cordell. Now we go to Rodrigo Goy, who is a member of Parliament of Uruguay and head of the Futures Commission. Rodrigo, given your role in the legislative power, how do you work with the executive in order to strengthen this collaboration in terms of the options of technology and certainly the issue that summons us to this meeting, which is artificial intelligence? Could you please comment on that, Rodrigo? Well, in this immensity of promises, of challenges, of possibilities, what is the role that parliaments play? I know that for many of you, or for those of you that are much more imbued in technology, you tend to think that parliaments should not get very involved in this. And if parliaments get involved, they will hinder technology, they will halt promises and frustrate the promises. And that is partly true. Oftentimes, parliaments or members of parliament tend to regulate things in order to hinder aspects, sometimes based on fear. And we know that fear in today's world is profitable. Populism is also profitable, and populism is always strongest when it is based on fear. Now, I believe that the main challenge that we all have is to be able to get parliaments involved so that all these promises, all these challenges and opportunities may be crystallized in the best possible fashion. I believe that all of us present here are sufficiently clear of the fact that this phenomenon of new technologies and artificial intelligence is no longer a technological issue, but has become an issue that is essentially political in nature, because when one speaks of economic, social, and ethical transformations, if we do not get parliaments involved, well, the good promises will simply not come to fruition. Technology can do marvels for certain sectors and populations, but it will not be able to crystallize that promise that be inclusive, human, and sustainable development. It won't be possible, and for many reasons. One of them is because what is at stake and this fortunately is acknowledged by everyone, what is at stake is fundamental human rights and also electoral integrity processes. They are also at stake. So it is inevitable that parliaments may also get involved. And as Marcos said, he didn't say it, but I would like to add these words to what he said, is that we must bring to the table members of parliament. And I congratulate ECLAC for summoning members of parliament, because that traditionally did not happen. I am looking at Minister Aysén Echeverry. Yesterday, we spent the whole day together with members of parliament. And to conclude, I would like to invite us all to look at Chile. Chile has not only been able to become a leader in terms of technological development and in all aspects related to artificial intelligence, and in the process that they have undertaken for this law, which undoubtedly will become an example for the whole of Latin America and even for the rest of the world, I would dare say. So I fundamentally invite us all to look at how Chile has been able to do this, how they have been able to do this. Everything that is said and that has been said about good practices, collaboration, listening to academia, listening to technological developers and to civil society, because of all the reasons that implies, well, Chile has been able to do that and has been able to do that marvelously well. And I believe that in Chile, we find an example that we must follow, because the law on artificial intelligence, and I don't need to clarify this to you, there are millions of ways of developing a law. We can have a one-phrase law that says nothing, or we can have a comprehensive law that indeed seeks, and with this I conclude, Arturo, that seeks to provide the certainties, and I think Minister Aysén referred to this, the certainties that the development of this technology requires. Certainties are not incompatible or in contradiction with innovation, and that is a big mistake.
In a world with such uncertainty, where AI is so disruptive and creates so much uncertainty, certainties are essential, especially in areas such as health, education. We can speak of the development that is truly human if there is no framework that provides certainties for who? Well, for all citizens, not just those who do the technological development. And so I believe that parliaments, and I'm grateful for this invitation, although we may not like it, although we may not know anything, the first AI literacy will have to be with the parliaments, and it may be profitable. It is preferable to make an effort to make us parliamentarians literate, so that we should not make terrible mistakes, but we need to be literate and join the table, because our parliaments, at least in democratic systems, play a fundamental role so that all of these AI promises may be materialized in fair and inclusive human development. Thank you. I say, thank you for saying we had to look at Chile, but I say we should also take a look at Uruguay. I've been watching you doing what you're doing in education, so I invite everyone to take a look at what Uruguay is doing. Well, time flies. We have 15 minutes left. I want a second round, and please answer me in no more than 240 letters. I'd like to begin with you, Aysén. We spoke of collaboration. Give us your experience, and also I congratulate you for the work that you're leading at the Ministry of Education. You created a very good positive. More than a year ago, you passed a regulation for the use of AI in education, and you're working with the teachers. And I see that in rural schools, very isolated, that they are working with primary school kids with AI. What is your vision or your dream of collaborative work regionally, and where AI is a contribution, and not as many say that it's going to do away with jobs, that it's an ogre, evil personified? Thank you, and I thank also Rodrigo. Yes, thank you. It has been a lot of work, and I Unfortunately, my Chilean colleagues are not here, but I will convey this to them. Just over a year ago in Chile, the ministers of science and technology of Latin America and the Caribbean, we met here in Santiago. And at that meeting, we said something that was very true. And that is that it was the first time that we met. First time. And however, we meet regularly with other trade or cultural partners. So collaboration among countries of Latin America, at least in the sphere where I'm active, has not been easy. However, when the discussion migrated towards AI, the challenges mentioned by our colleague from Jamaica, which I believe are very relevant, our intentions, Colombia, Brazil, Uruguay, and so on, we realized that first of all, we were not that far off, and second, we shared many concerns, and third, here I'm speaking for myself, for Chile, here we see an opportunity to change that history, and that it no longer be unusual that we collaborate among each other, but that we may find here a space with a purpose and a common vision that will allow us to build as a region, as we've never done before. So that is my dream, that this pathway may continue and that we may move on to concrete specific projects, and in a few years we may look back and say, AI helped us to generate this collaboration in the region that did not exist before. Thank you. So joint collaborative projects. First message. With you, Oscar, your vision, your dream in relation to collaborative work where AI is the inspiration and the pillar. Well, the dream, I believe, is that AI may help us to break that middle-income trap in which Latin America is, and that and reducing inequality. And I share fully what has been said, and I would add something else to what the minister from Chile said. Areas where we can cooperate concretely. For us, a fundamental model in Spanish. And I think that is very important, having models as a sort of platform where we can resolve part of our problems. A platform that includes the best practices in Latin America, so education in this one country, health in the other, and so that we may have a platform of fundamental AI models. And the other thing would be to share our infrastructure with supercomputing. We need to connect in terms of the computers, what Brazil is doing, Mexico, what I hear Chile is doing, Colombia. We're all doing it and being able to connect. Well, through fiber optic cables and share supercomputing. And so we do not need to each one invest in one thing, but use the infrastructure that we all share in Latin America. And that has to do with something else, but I believe is very important, and that is sharing power, electricity, interconnectivity for power. We have issues in many countries and what is happening with climate change, and at the same time, that interconnectivity of electricity, we can also at the same time connect our cables so that we can share the infrastructure. And of course, work as a team in digital education, which I believe is key, and negotiate as a bloc. Negotiate as a bloc, because Europe, well, in 6 years was able to do something very important. What Europe achieved is not from one day to another. 6 years. US in a very strong position also with regard to AI, England and the Asian countries as well. So Latin America must also have a position. Because if we are not like a bloc, the major technology is going to swallow us up. It's not the same working with Google or APNA or this or that or Colombia or Chile individually. But do as Europe learned, to regulate jointly. Let's do it as a bloc. So otherwise, what you're doing is you do one thing and you kill investment in another country and so on and so on. So No, we must do it together. Thank you, Oscar. I think that invitation to lead, coordinate, and articulate is undoubtedly ECLAC. Eugenio, your vision, your dream. I have many dreams. Well, just share 2 or 3 then. I believe that we have already a roadmap. So we're speaking of things that we've already talked about before. We had the second ministerial ethics on the meeting on the ethics of IA, and Virginia is here with us. We approved a roadmap with 5 lines of action. We have governance, misinformation, future talent for work, groups living in vulnerability, infrastructure. So there we have an opportunity of doing a regional study on the demand for high performance computing infrastructure, which is what our colleague from Chile was talking about. And lastly, the environment, sustainability and climate change. Do a study on the environmental risks in the use and development of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so my dream is that we're going to carry out these concrete activities, but with a common vision of Latin America and the Caribbean, and bring that to the global level. So connect, for example, we're speaking of climate change. Brazil, as you know, is going to next year organize in the city of Berlin COP30. So I believe it would be very timely to connect the theme of digital technology and climate change. So that's also an invitation so that our countries may contribute in this topic, because I believe that it is essential. So my dream is that we're going to reinforce cooperation among us and beyond the region as well, connect that to global discussions. Thank you. I too congratulate Virginia, who led this roadmap of the ethics of AI. When I was invited to moderate, I began to get into this, and I encountered this major surprise. So congratulations. Now, Guido, your vision, your dream. Well, the first thing is that we must make an effort in terms of humanizing language, which is important to all. We need to work in that direction. Along the same lines, I feel that we could build a tool to reduce social exclusion. The big tragedy in our region is exclusion. And we, as a country, have a concept that we were interested in bringing technology closer to people, to the citizens. And it is still possible to bring them closer for these people, especially in the more popular sectors, feel that this is a means for development, that they should embrace it. Thank you. Cordell, that marvelous island, what is your dream that we can extend to the rest of the region? Your words were so relevant, and you gained an applause. And now,
apart from the fact that you would all be playing reggae music here, I want to associate with the comments of the Chilean and Colombian ministers on the need for togetherness. But then we have to remember that Latin America and the Caribbean is a very convenient geographic arrangement, but we're not synonymous. So the dream is that we will be judicious in selecting our AI enablers. We all can't play at the same part of the ecosystem. Infrastructure is important to all of us. But when we talk about high-performing computers, the cost of energy and capital can be extremely crippling. So I think we're going to have some conversations about specialization. And then the second thing is the dream is to address the most chilling part of Marco's presentation, which the Member of Parliament made a comment on, which is the low levels of digital literacy. We have to prioritize digital media and information literacy. And that's what we are very much focused on in Jamaica as an important precursor to digital development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Cordial. And I'm with you in that digital literacy. Happy. Rodrigo, we end with you. Your dream. Well, digital transition is unavoidable. Transition to a world of co-evolution with AI is unavoidable. I believe that the big difference here is to what extent we can do this transition humanely. And for that, well, of course, everything that we've mentioned here, infrastructure, all of that, yes, that is important. But I believe the big difference lies in the way that we do that literacy, the digital literacy towards an each time more human society. I dream with a Latin America that can do that transition in a human manner. Thank you, Rodrigo. There's nothing nicer than when we keep to the time. It's exactly 12:45, and so normally people run over, but we have met it. Now, this panel has come to an end. Rethinking governance and institutionality for Latin America and the Caribbean. Opportunities in the digital era. The several messages we have been left with, many inspiring words. I am left with what our minister said, what also many panelists mentioned. Oscar, Minister of Colombia, creating a language of our own and not depending on other models with OpenAI and others.
So this will continue tomorrow afternoon, and hopefully with the 2025 version, including all these dreams, hopefully they will come to fruition. Finally, I would like to thank each of the panelists that joined us today. Oscar Mauricio Liscano, Minister of Technology and Information of Colombia.
También a mi ministra, que soy fan.
So, Minister Aysén Echeverri, Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge, and Innovation of Chile. Eugenio Vargas Garcia, Director of the Department of Science, Technology, and Intellectual Property of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Brazil. Thank you, Eugenio. Guido Gomez, President of the Steering Committee of the Dominican Institute of Telecommunications. Thank you. And we wish you success in this new challenge. Cordell Green, Executive Director of the Commission of Radio in Jamaica. Thank you for your inspiring words. And finally, Rodrigo Goñi, who is the national representative of the Uruguayan Parliament. Thank you. And I bid you all farewell, thanking you and wishing you the best for this afternoon session, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Rodrigo. Antes de retirarnos,
Thank you, Rodrigo. Before we leave, we have 15 minutes. And it will be very, very brief, we promise. We have the opportunity. Well, first, I'd like to thank the GIZ for their cooperation, for always supporting us with all the projects and initiatives that we are promoting from ECLAC.
Vamos a presentarles brevemente una iniciativa.
We're going to present to you with an initiative that we hope will be useful for the countries in the region. The idea is to hear you all. So I'd like to first offer the floor to Barbara Schultz, who is going to present the project on behalf of ECLAC. Thank you all for your patience. We have begun today talking about traps, and we have finished the session talking about dreams. And I think that is the spirit of the meeting that we need to maintain here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present and to participate. It is key. And together with the GIZ, we'd like to reiterate our commitment to making more inclusive and resilient Latin America and Caribbean. And we have digital transformation in an initiative that is attempting to facilitate exchange in digital means. It is key for us to have participation from Latin America and the Caribbean, and in order to promote the development of innovative and effective policies. We conceive this as a space for experimentation and innovation. The laboratory will be a sustainable platform for the countries in the region to explore, test, and develop solutions and policies that will be transformative and digital, in the digital sense. The Digital Transformation Laboratory forms part of the strategic project for digital transformation for integration, and it was commissioned early this year by the German DMZ, and it is being carried out together with ECLAC. And of course, the idea is to strengthen the digital economy in the region, but also the deep commitment of Germany and ECLAC for these mentioned traps to promote the collaboration in a long-lasting manner. Latin America and the Caribbean are facing a context of low economic performance with significant social challenges, and regional integration is key and perhaps a necessity to promote growth and development. And these can be very important to promote trade and integration and scale up projects and facilitate the exchange of goods and services. It sounds very technical, but we know, and I think that there is consensus that human beings are at the core of these efforts.
Precisamente el proyecto que impulsamos junto con CEPAL, D4A, busca aprovechar estas oportunidades, apoyando a los gobiernos en el fortalecimiento de sus capacidades, promoviendo la creación de un entorno
There's also the
colaborativo.
promotion and creation of a collaborative environment, including public, private, academic, and civil worlds, as well as civil society. And it is also developing initiatives that will help consolidate a robust digital system. For this, the project bases itself on the technical experience of the German cooperation as well as ECLAC's, and we would like for this to be a contribution to ELAC by providing resources, cooperation, and technical assistance that will help promote concrete actions to consolidate the role of Latin America and the Caribbean as a relevant player in the global economy. The project that we've implemented together with ECLAC is extremely important, and it constitutes the foundation of our collaboration. It's an alliance that throughout the years has allowed us to address the challenges of the region in a comprehensive manner. We share the vision of digital transformation that promotes productivity, competitiveness, and it also promotes social inclusion and equity, as has been mentioned, and it is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. So thank you very much for your patience. I'd like to return the floor to Sebastian to introduce the details of the laboratory. Thank you, Barbara. Could you please upload the presentation so that we can quickly present it? Thank you. Very well. I promise I will be brief. Briefer than Marco. First of all, I'd like to thank you and pick up on Rodrigo's words. We were born in the same country, but he said something very interesting that has to do with this need, this dichotomy, false dichotomy between certainties and innovation. That is what we seek with this laboratory. We seek to generate a space for experimentation, of collaboration, co-production with the identification and implementation of specific solutions to the demands that we have in order to advance in this digital transformation. We would like to briefly mention what the laboratory is about, and we seek to resolve this policies, and in order to advance in digital transformation. That is what the ministers talked about and other participants of the panel, how difficult it is, increasingly complicated to define the policies and instruments that we need. Years ago, the main concern was connectivity, infrastructure, and the digital government. And now, as this digital transformation advances, it becomes more complex to define and implement policies that will have the results that we expect and that have to do with this appropriation of digital transformation that can be reflected in development for our countries. Some differentiating attributes. We have this co-creation between different institutions, different stakeholders of the ecosystem for digital transformation and innovation. Innovation is of the essence. We need to create new tools, new elements that will allow us to address this digital transformation challenge, the use of digital solutions. What kind of solutions will allow me to address some of these elements or requirements that we're receiving? Yesterday, we heard in some of the sessions how governments are using or not artificial intelligence to better understand what the citizens' demands or needs are. A multidisciplinary approach, increasingly relevant. This morning, we were talking or hearing about from the Ministry of Telecommunications, of all the Congress and public and private areas, as well as civil society, all making use of these instruments and solutions because they will be affected by the implementation of the same. And then the need to address these in an experimental fashion. This is what we're looking for in this laboratory. Thinking, as Barbara said, about how to help make this digital transformation different so that it can express itself as the growth engine of Latin America and the Caribbean, and that it can provide these methodological and technological solutions that we need.
We are addressing 4 key factors under this toolbox. First of all, the tools, as we mentioned, and analytical methodological frameworks to figure out how we can address the various elements related to the digital transformation. Yesterday, in one of the sessions, we talked about, during the AI session, about what happens with the regulatory aspects, because not everything is related. We're not necessarily fully prepared to use all of these tools for bringing about AI solutions. And this is actually one of the aspects that the laboratory will address. This is something we're addressing with some of the countries throughout the region. We will be starting to work with Brazil, for example, in upcoming months, just to mention one. Now, what about, we saw during Marco's presentation, and as Jamaica said, we need to solve a lot of inclusive production issues and informal economy aspects, and the toolbox can help with some of the production aspects. What's behind that is ensuring better quality of life, better salaries, etc. There's another aspect related to that, and that is a tool to measure technological maturity. For example, it's important to understand the factors that make a country be technologically mature or not, so that you can understand the gaps to define better policies, which will in turn mobilize a series of elements that will allow me to have a greater level of technological maturity. And the first tool involves a guide for designing data science projects. Undoubtedly, this will be another key factor regarding how we can better use data and information for policy and instrument design. The second tool consists of complexity simulators and models. We know that the digital transformation is a complex process. So we have worked on developing a simulator which can aid several different institutions. And an institution, for example, might want to know what will happen if they incorporate a new solution. And so you can simulate how this will have an impact on different development aspects and what stakeholders will be involved, how they will be affected. So we are working on that with the Buenos Aires University of Exact Sciences. The idea is to experiment. It's impossible to know with certainty what may happen in the future. I think even 2 years ago, we thought the digital agenda was headed in a different direction, and things have changed. And we always say that in the region, what we need to do is have data and evidence-based policy instruments. So the purpose of this is to experiment, to see what would happen if I make a change here or make a change there. What would occur? Now, the third factor is related to capacity building. Virginia talked about this. And I think here we also need to go a bit further. New instruments, new tools that can precisely enable us to carry out new public policy actions. And then finally, designing regional collaborative projects. Minister Echeverri talked about that, and during the conclusions, there were references made to that as well. We think this is important. The region needs to further explore and play with this aspect. We've talked about having an LLM for the region. That's just an example. And I think we need to take better advantage of these collaborative opportunities to make progress with very concrete things. For example, infrastructure department, they could address centers of technological excellence, for example. Anyhow, that's what the laboratory would like to address. I'm not going to delve into each specific aspects because we will never finish. And I'm speaking so fast already. This is another issue that we're working on within the framework of the laboratory. Tools and methodological frameworks, already referred to this. For example, to measure a tool to measure the level of maturity of SMEs, the complexity models, and simulators for addressing the complexity of the digital economy. I'm already working on that, as I mentioned. And then finally, this is what we aspire to. This is our dream. Mr. Catalan referred to how we have 650 million inhabitants, 80% internet penetration, 10% digital industry represents the regional economy. So we are working on scalability and focusing on specificities and the added value that each of us can contribute to these regional projects. So that is a brief description of the initiative. We are open to talking with you with regard to other tools that can be added here. But again, we think it's important for us to translate all of this into concrete actions and tools, because this is what the countries in the region have been requesting. And Let's add to what Virginia said. Let's add this to the technical assistance, the workshops, the schools, the other initiatives, and we thought it was crucial to explore this opportunity for co-creation and experimentation for the country. So that is just a brief description of the idea, and hopefully we're all excited and willing to work together on this. Thank you. And now, as promised, we can take the group photograph and then have lunch, which will also be held down there. Thank you.
Ah, pues no, es que se lo iba a enviar a una amiga, pero todavía no. No importa, si es para...
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias por volver a esta segunda parte del día de hoy para que abordemos
Today to address this panel called Towards a More Different Future for Latin America and the Caribbean. The role of digitalization and artificial intelligence in building a more productive future in the region. After this morning, we saw the challenges linked to that first low capacity trap. And I was saying that our region has and had, during last decades, productivity that has remained almost flat and even declining. And as we have been saying here at ECLAC, we are not taking seriously that famous phrase of the economy Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman, who said that productivity is not everything, but in the long run, it is almost all. And so we're all very much focused on seeing how we can move that doubt regarding productivity, and part of the solutions that we are considering. How can we increase levels of technological adoption by the world of business in the region? We already mentioned some figures this morning. More than 96% of micro and small and medium-sized enterprises in the region do not have presence on the internet. We must recall that SMEs or micro SMEs in many of our countries are 98, 99% of the business tissue. That is to say, more than 90% of companies in the region do not even have a presence on the internet. And not only that, but that few people who do have a presence are not using that presence actively, precisely to do transactions that would allow them to increase their productivity.
Since we find ourselves in this new stage that, as we mentioned, begins with this ELAC, someone mentioned this morning that we went from the traps to dreams in the previous panel, but I would even add that we want to go from traps to action, and that should become our new mantra, the new mantra of this ELAC for at least 2 years. So in this panel, we would like to answer a series of questions that should allow us to think about how we're going to move towards specific actions that would allow us to have a productive digital transformation. So we have shared several questions with our panelists that I'd like to mention, and they will be answering some of these. The questions are about the type of actions that can be taken for the adoption of digital technology by corporations and SMEs. How do we escalate these efforts, specifically when we know many of our countries have been implementing these efforts to support corporations in order to improve their digital technology adoption, but this is still found in hundreds of companies, or in the best of cases, thousands of companies. But to put this number into context, the Colombian context, which I know very well, in Colombia there are 6.6 million companies. So as we accompany them in this digital technology endeavor, we still have a huge challenge in escalating these efforts. We have asked them about what economic sectors in the region could be more prone to adopting artificial intelligence, this digital technology, and how this adoption would take place. We also asked them what they can do or what we could do so that the region would not merely buy technology, but also create it and offer these technologies to the rest of the world. In other words, in today's panel, we would like to address digital transformation and productive development from the side of demand, but also from the side of offer. So we also asked our panelists what we need to do to have more startups so that we can find more unicorns, digital unicorns in the region. And to answer these and other questions, we have a wonderful panel. Today, we have Orlando Vega. He's a friend of ECLAC, Vice Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation in Costa Rica. Another very close friend of ECLAC, Julissa Cruz Abreu, Executive Director of the Indotel in the Dominican Republic, Enrique Pasos, Undersecretary of the National Secretariat of Science and Technology, SENACIT, Guatemala. Fourth place, Junior McIntyre, National Director of Digital Affairs, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Trinidad and Tobago. Sergio Andinelli, Director of Business Development, Tecnalia. We also have María Elena Méndez, Secretary General of the Inter-American Association of Telecommunications Companies, ASIET.
Director Ejecutivo de la Asociación
Raúl Echeverría, Executive Director of the ALAI. Javier Arregui, First Council of Cooperation in Digital Areas and Space of the European Union Delegation in Panama. And finally, Nicholas Schubert, Public Policy and Government Relations Manager of Google Hispanic Guru. And it is a very extensive panel. And so we will have some rules. Each panelist will have 8 minutes to answer the questions that we have for them. And if we have enough time left, we would do a final round and a very telegraphic last question that I would like to ask. And in addition, we will offer the possibility for questions from the rest of the audience. So without further ado, Orlando, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers here at ECLAC for offering us this space and allowing us to talk about how we see this support that is being made to companies in their adoption of digital technologies. We feel that to accompany the productive sector, it must be associated with clear public policies that must be executable and a supplement. It's important because the company has 2 national plans, one linked to telco challenges, another to science, technology, and innovation. And this has been so changing that there needs to be clarity in terms of how we guide the country towards that support and that need to accompany the countries. A couple of weeks ago, we launched the National Strategy for Digital Transformation that supplements all these larger public policies where we seek to support the companies and organizations in a collaborative manner. The private sector, the public sector, the productive sector, academia, they are all marking the country's roadmap in order to accompany them in a cohesive, coordinated fashion. We've identified the territorial challenge as well. It's not the same to think that the companies that are found in metropolitan areas are the same as those that are outside of metropolitan areas. So this territorial articulation is also extremely important in promoting development and investment because resources can be limited. Something else we found for this is to think a little outside the box. And the interventions need to be sustainable in time. It is no use to bring a solution that the state is going to fully contribute at that one point in time, but where later it cannot be continued. It's important because we've been promoting the community innovation laboratories. These are free of charge for the population and for corporations, companies. And it arose from work being done with universities and the government in order to offer a solution to the population so that they can take their initiatives, their ideas of a product, of a good, and to continue the innovation process. We've had some calls for projects where the number of people interested are huge. This year, we had a project specifically for rural areas for artificial intelligence. And one could say, why? Why artificial intelligence in rural areas? And there were 6 companies that were interested. And I was asking Marco earlier about this thinking outside the box, because sometimes you see the urban and or urban versus rural and agriculture, and they have many times worked with farmers looking at seeds, and we've been thinking about accompanying the rural sector companies. And originally, the project was so interesting to them that we went from having a project that was $100,000 to another that was $2 million. It's important to think along the lines of science and technology and telecommunications. Sometimes we are only thinking about the same stakeholders. If we look outside of the usual groups, we may find people or companies that may be interested and can do novel things. I also wanted to mention that it has to be do with the generation of abilities, training people. And we have developed through the alliance in the private, with the private sector, we have made calls for people with a gender perspective. So we've had some that have been only for women, courses in artificial intelligence, and we've also had very much interest on International Women's Day. We had 100 scholarships and we got 100,000 applications. There was a lot of interest. On a second occasion, the partner saw that there was so much interest that they gave us 200 scholarships. So it's important to identify these groups and not simply stay within the usual groups, within the people that we normally work with. It's important to think outside the box and generate other interventions that can be sustainable in time and also with many stakeholders in different areas. It's important that expands the scope, because what we've proposed in this strategy for dissemination has to do with how local governments are replicating these calls for applications for scholarships and other trainings. One of the elements that we've seen with the corporate world is co-payment. It's not 100% free. This has allowed us to identify, if you pay 5% of the project, it increases the level of involvement for companies. So I'm going to leave it at that, and then I will be at your disposal for other questions you may have. Thank you, Orlando. Very interesting. It's interesting to hear what you're doing in Costa Rica. We've talked about this, and we've looked at the challenge of how to escalate the scholarships from 100 to 200 or hundreds and thousands. So it is very interesting, this co-payment scheme, which has led to having companies that are have skin in the game, and they take these interventions much more seriously, and in the end, it is in their benefit. Let's move on to Yulisa Cruz so that she can answer from the Dominican Republic.
Muchas gracias. La verdad es que
Thank you. Well, when we think about the large, significant dilemmas regarding how to secure the digital transformation that we want in the production sectors and our business member associations, how they can use technology as a way to bring about efficiencies in their processes is truly a difficult task. In other words, how can we ensure that these scholarships offered for the benefit of generating knowledge and generating these digital skills so necessary to introduce digitalization are not lost? How can we prevent them from not being lost? How can we instill curiosity in the business community in the event that letting them know that they will secure greater profits if they are to digitize their processes? Now, all of that is a challenge. In the Dominican Republic, I feel as though we have made significant progress. We have been able to approach business associations in a significant way, and we have worked in either a sectoral or regional. Often within our own countries, we see that the sectoral needs are strikingly different. The country has 48,000 square kilometers. Even still, we do not speak the same language, despite our small size. In the Dominican Republic, we have developed programs to assess the status in the SME sector. We have made it possible for them to self-assess their level of digitization, as well as providing them with support for the digital transformation. Again, I'm referring to the SMEs. And then once this digitalization cycle is completed, it's important to focus on success stories as examples of what can be achieved. This, I think, has a multiplying effect. There are two extremely important elements as well that should be discussed. For example, we have already been talking about developing digital skills at all the different levels and scales and in all the different subject matters. For example, we talked about cybersecurity to such an extent and how this is necessary for online services to provide them and to receive them. We know that commerce and industry players need to feel comfortable and free to interact in the digital world. Again, how can we ensure that these scholarships are not lost? How can we actually go about developing these digital skills? These are challenges, but our countries face yet another challenge. That is innovation, creating this innovative culture. It's very difficult because innovating is expensive. It calls for a great deal of investment. It calls for creating opportunities and spaces where entrepreneurs and innovators will have the opportunity to experiment and fail. It's only through that where the unicorns will emerge as a way to pull many out of poverty. Let me stop there because I'm sure that all of us present here today have experienced this situation. Thank you, Yulisa. You talked about several different important issues. Given time constraints, I will just limit myself to referring to one, and that is an appeal to approach this from a sectoral perspective, from a territorial perspective. In fact, within ECLAC, we have been insisting on having a territorial approach to the production development policy aspects, and many technical and policy contributions are territorial in nature. In fact, the most obvious ones are related to assessing the specific needs of the business community in specific territories. We also need to add efforts by other stakeholders. And this is not just within the purview of the national governments, but local governments. The business community, the academia, they all need to be involved in this agenda. Now let us move on to hear from Enrique Pasos from Guatemala. Go ahead, Enrique. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here today before such a distinguished audience. Allow me to gather and recapitulate many of the topics that have been addressed today, yesterday, and Tuesday. These clearly are specifically related to the main topic of this forum. For example, how can we turn Latin America into a digital technology producer? I believe that one of the essential tools to do so is education. Education, accordingly, empowers individuals, and empowered individuals own their future. And developing our own technologies involves providing professionals with the necessary skills to work in the field of cybersecurity, AI, software development, and other fields we've already talked about. Now, government partnerships between governments, academia, and the private sector are key for the purpose of scholarships and other means, as we've already mentioned. And this is key to train the future developers and experts in technology and engineering. And so that brings me to the need to develop think tanks and R&D tanks, centers in the region. This has been mentioned several times the last few days. There's another area of action, which would be to foster greater cooperation between companies and the technological sector by way of partnerships through digital innovation centers and local companies to work on digital solutions that actually address local problems. This includes financial and/or agricultural or production technologies. We also need to develop regional networks or platforms to exchange knowledge and facilitate cooperation between technology projects, beginning by developing apps and software and technological solutions that are able to solve community level local problems. Now, as broadly addressed, and I won't focus on this even more, it's critical to have a digital infrastructure. If we are going to provide technological services, we need to have the infrastructure for stable services, quick, for example, access to 5G, access to low-cost data centers. All of these aspects are key investments that would allow all size companies to develop their digital products and scale them up. Now, equally important are the government supports, government contributions and fiscal contributions for a technological industry. Governments may actually facilitate growing supply, and fiscal policies may favor investment in technology. For example, if you may have fiscal benefits for R&D, and you can also bring about regulatory environments that will provide incentive for the creation of technological companies. We've talked a great deal about this aspect when addressing governance. There's another area of action, which would be to strengthen the training ecosystems and come up with what we call these digital unicorns. Now, in that regard, let me refer to creating a special technology funds. As mentioned by the speakers before me, innovating is expensive, and as such, we need funds, resources, so that these ideas may actually find their way out of the forest and into the public. We need to set up acceleration programs and support for venture capital by way of setting up mentoring networks that connect entrepreneurs with investors and other members from the business community. I would also like to mention that we need incubators, technology incubation and acceleration programs. Now, the private sector and governments could provide support for startups through accelerators and incubators. There are some success stories in Latin America. And then these have grown in relatively short periods of time. Also, taking advantage of young talent and providing support for technological inclusion. Here, investing in continuous education programs at an early age. This would be helpful for those already in the labor market, would help them set up a technological entrepreneurial context. And this involves having greater investments in STEM areas, art, and fostering interest in technology and in digital skills. I just tried to, as again, summarize many of the ideas that we have already referred to over the last few days as a way to answer some of the questions we have been playing with over the last few hours today. Thank you, Enrique. Very interesting summary of all the different topics you have expressed. We will take note of this in order to come up with a good list of what we should do now. I think we have another challenge, which is figuring out how best to do this. That is going to be about how can we link up the different players in the private and public sectors and civil society. This was already mentioned when we referred to this network to exchange knowledge and ideas. Now, this morning, we talked about this when we referred to the cluster initiative platform and territorial production initiatives that we launched in last year. We have more than 360, 70 initiatives already registered, and many of these are part of the digital sector. They are digital clusters or IT software clusters, and through these, we have been able to define a regional agenda that will allow us to come up with a greater value added supply and offers. So for those of you who may be interested in this area, who are already working on initiatives similar to this, join us, join this regional agenda that will allow us to strengthen the digital industry in our region. And with that, allow me to move on to Trinidad and Tobago and give the floor to Junior McIntyre. Go ahead, Junior.
Thank you very much, Marco. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to just share a bit on the experience, but also link that to what we have been discussing at a regional level in terms of, Caribbean integration, single ICT space. And I believe that, and we believe that a number of the initiatives that we have been focusing on as it relates to bridging the gap in digital technology adoption, especially for small to medium enterprises, is pervasive. It impacts not only the Caribbean, but also the larger Latin American environment. So I'm going to talk about some of those initiatives and tie them into how we have been dealing with them at a national level. And so one of the first things I'm going to raise is the whole issue of encouraging digital uptakes for SMEs. That's a pain point that we have identified. And as a government, we have moved towards establishing policies really to provide technical assistance. And we recognize that as one of the main areas. We heard earlier today about providing diagnostic tools, measuring and tracking the maturity of our SMEs, digital maturity that is, and not only that, providing solutions that are appropriate for their development. So that encouraging that digital uptake for SMEs is critical. The other thing that we focus on is training, and we heard from the previous presenter, training and education is really critical. And we know that SMEs, in particular in our region and elsewhere, face greater difficulties attracting and retaining talent, of course, because of their size, but the ability to network and access and retain talent is a challenge. And so some of the things we've been doing is offering incentives, tax incentives to reduce the cost, especially for ICT equipment. That has been an initiative over the years that the government has embarked on, and encouraging training. And there are some wider initiatives, because I started off by mentioning that we have to be comprehensive in our approach. So while we might be focusing on the SMEs, we really have to focus on the wider society, because the catchment of employees and services that come to the SMEs are really from the wider public. So we have to focus on building capacity within the public domain. And I'll kind of touch on that at the end in some of the key initiatives that we have been working on. One of the things we have to also focus on, and we have been, is strengthening the management skills for SMEs as well. Providing them with diagnostic tools to identify deficiencies, but even going beyond that, mentoring and coaching, that is also a key issue that we have been addressing and looking at through various mechanisms. One of the things that we recognize as well is the ability to increase our digital security profiles, especially with the small SMEs. So if there are gaps in the ecosystem, especially among the small to medium-sized enterprises, certainly in terms of security, we know that can impact the wider ecosystem. So SMEs really lack that ability to build robust cybersecurity measures, similar to countries like Korea and Japan, where they offer digital security investments and incentives through tax benefits. Recently, at our most recent budget approval, 2024-25 period, our minister has announced that there will be tax incentives for small firms that do offer or procure cybersecurity equipment and do deploy solutions in that regard. So those are areas that we have been focusing on. And of course, we've been hearing over the past week about deploying high communication and infrastructure platforms, regional connectivity, high access speed networks and all and the like, and that redounds to the benefit of our entrepreneurs. The issue of latency, especially our developers community, software developing communities, tech communities, they certainly need to have access to high speed bandwidth. And so we have been working on that. I presented a few days ago on the regional data center initiative within the Caribbean, and Trinidad is building out a tier 4 data center, which would accommodate a lot of the bandwidth and capability and not only that, cloud services that are required. And of course, the opportunity to move a lot of the stacks closer to home, AWS, Google, Azure, all of those stacks within our jurisdiction. So we can certainly offer, compute capabilities with less latency. And that, again, has an impact on evolving markets and supply chains within the region. And so just to mention a few initiatives in Trinidad and Tobago that's linked to what I said before, we have a national integrated business incubation system, and that program has been around for a number of years. It provides business development, infrastructure, financial support as well to help new and existing micro and small enterprises. Has been really successful. Within the recent years, we have also embarked on what we call We Learn TT Digital Skills Program Development. And that program, again, is at a national scale. It's aimed at building national digital literacy across the board, and provides structured trainings at various levels. So we have the basic, the intermediate, and as well as advanced. Does really impact the wider SME market and as well. So there are certain benefits to citizens in enhanced economic growth and innovation. Certainly that is going to happen coming out of these initiatives. Certainly we want to reduce the digital inequalities, particularly in the rural area, and that ties into the final point I'm going to mention. It would be our ICT Access Center program. So we do have ICT Access Centers that are deployed throughout the country, approximately 14 at this point. And those access centers provide facility, and it provides technology-enabled training. It provides especially for the elderlies, the youths who are at risk, and those in underserved communities. So, those are a few items that I wanted to just bring to bear. And I think a lot of the things that I would have said are consistent with what everybody would have shared before. Yeah.
Muchísimas gracias, Junior. Muy interesante lo que vienen trabajando.
Thank you, Junior. Very interesting what you have been working on in Trinidad and Tobago. What I would like to do is perhaps to highlight that point that you made related to the issue of management practices, interventions in order to improve management skills and management practices. There is a lot of empirical literature that precisely suggests that the significant part of productivity problems of developing countries, such as the countries of our region, is due primarily to a weakness in management practices. And that leads me to put forward the idea that these efforts in terms of the transfer and adoption of digital technologies on the part of our companies within our region have to have a comprehensive approach that not only includes the transfer and the adoption of those digital technologies, but are imbued in an improvement of the managerial practices of our businesses so that they can adequately use the technology that they will adopt. You also mentioned the issue of cyber security. And indeed, that reminds me of an intervention that we delivered in Colombia, where as part of that transfer of technology and knowledge, we had to accompany businesses to improve their practices and standards in terms of cybersecurity. Again, I would like to insist that for this issue of digitalization of the business sector, we have to adopt a comprehensive approach dealing with many of the dimensions involved in that transfer of technology and knowledge. Now, let us move to Sergio Valdimeli, who is a Director of Business Development of Tecnalia, who is indeed in charge of one of the components of the project Digital Alliance, especially of the project that is related to this accelerator of digital startups between European Union, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Sergio, how do you view these challenges in terms of the digitalization of the productive sector? Please go ahead. Thank you, Marco. And I thank ECLAC for this invitation, for this opportunity of being able to talk to you all. In Tecnalia, we coordinated this project, which is one of the main, one of the 4 pillars of the EU-LAC Digital Alliance, and we are devoted to the EU-LAC Digital Accelerator. Now, Marco asked, what is it that we have to do? And I'll tell you what we are doing. This project was launched a couple of years ago, in early last year, and we still have 3 years to go, and yet we have already obtained certain results. And this is interesting because it not only seeks the adoption of digital technologies, but above all, seeks the creation of a new business fabric. We're talking of technological or digital transformation, and the transformation means that these will not be exactly the same businesses. The digitalization, the introduction of digital technologies, changes the questions, and I wanted to remind us of the phrase of Mario Benedetti, the Uruguayan poet, who said, we had all the answers and yet the questions changed. And digital technology changes the questions, it changes the value chains, it changes the ways in which we interact with our customers and suppliers, and therefore often it is not just a question of seeking greater productivity to do what we're already doing in a faster and better manner, but rather to seek other business opportunities, because digital technologies open up a new sphere of opportunities. And in order to deal with this complex issue, and I go back to what was said by the representative of Guatemala, one of the fundamental elements is collaboration. And what this project does, I believe that this is a very interesting project that the European Union has provided, is to promote collaboration between Latin American and Caribbean businesses and European businesses in order to tackle these new challenges within the digital transformation. How is it that we do this? Well, on the one hand, we first of all deal with demand. We primarily do 2 things. On the one hand, we try to establish the matching. We try to match companies from one side of the Atlantic who wish to collaborate with companies on the other side of the Atlantic. And first of all, we determine the demands, the issues, the challenges of companies that wish to tackle digital transformation in all sectors. This can include health or industry issues or space issues in any type of sector. This is very cross-cutting. And we identify and publish those challenges in a platform that we have, which is called EU-LAC-DigitalAccelerator.com. I invite you to visit it. We have a matching platform there. And there, what we have done is to publish those challenges. At present, we have 113 challenges published, and this is ever changing. And they come from 186 countries: space, Chile, France, Ecuador, and Germany. Well, there's 10 countries that have provided the largest number of challenges and that have the largest number of entities working with this platform. But in all, we have 86 countries in the platform. We have 1,500 businesses that are Latin American businesses, Caribbean businesses, 40% from Latin America, 20% from the Caribbean, and 40% from Europe. And what we do, as I said, is to establish this match. First of all, seeking the issue, the problem, and then trying to find who is able to solve that specific problem that normally implies the contribution of a digital technology. It can be AI, robots, automation. It can be many, many different technologies. We don't only focus on AI or softwares, but this is a far wider ranging issue. When we establish this matching, sometimes it's multiple matches. It's not just one-to-one or 2 startups or 2 SMEs that together are able to resolve a problem. And we understand that as a very positive collaboration. And what we seek is to strike a collaboration agreement to establish that collaboration framework and a plan to develop that collaboration. Now, what is interesting is that once we do this match, we have a second part, which is the acceleration of that partnership. Now, we do not accelerate a startup as such or a new business, but rather a new collaboration between Latin American, Caribbean, and European businesses that together wish to tackle a digital transformation problem. And sometimes I start sweating, but we are committed to 100 new ventures in this sense, and we have already been able to develop 30, and we still have 3 years to go. So I am very hopeful because I also envisage or see or evidence rather that in Latin America there is a lot of digital talent which has to be developed even more, and this digital talent is scarce in Europe and in the world, and therefore it's very required, it's highly demanded and very necessary, and this is an opportunity through this project for Latin American companies, for new companies that often are not seeking the adoption of a digital technology, but were rather born digital. They are native digital companies, and that's what we focus on. And these companies, what they are looking for is to seek an opportunity to become internationalized, to grow, to escalate their operations. And in Europe, a potential client, a potential collaborator in Europe that can contribute to a challenge and within the context make a contribution to be presented, and in order to identify where that issue lies and how far the solution that they suggest satisfies the requirements of those problems, of those challenges. Well, and after that, we have several types of services. We have a service which is concept proof in order to validate the idea, but after that, we develop a business case to make sure that this has business sense, that that collaboration is profitable, and that it is of a business nature. And after that, we escalate this via identifying the new actions that have to be undertaken and linking them with investors, entities capable of financing those projects. So the support is comprehensive for the development of these opportunities, and I would say that this is a program that I feel is very interesting, very innovating to do this at a regional level, involving two major regions, in fact, which include multiple opportunities and also mutual benefits, because there are interests not only on the part of Latin American companies that want to reach Europe, but many European businesses also seek a Latin American market, a way of collaborating in a closer fashion, and they look up and they find in the project a way of dealing with that.
Quite often, these that really being able to access those challenges, issues, that exposure to those difficulties and being able to present their solutions and getting feedback, that in itself is extremely useful, even if they don't reach any particular agreement. And so the focus, as I was saying, is placed not only on improving current business, but creating a new business tissue that is necessary to address this digital transformation, focusing on transformation, generation of new value chains, new business that today are not evident. I have multiple examples, Henkel and Space, Volvo. He's listing a number of companies in Spain, Germany, France, many joint projects, not only in the sphere of productivity, but inclusion. For example, a company that does accessible interfaces in Spain with people or for people with mental disorders is working with a company in Chile called Saluta, and that seek to develop a solution that is accessible to people with difficulties in accessing digital technology. Another one on the environment between Italy and Colombia, another L'Oréal France and Luis in Chile, a European and a Latin American startup, I have many examples, and I would like to look for more. So in that sense, I invite you to access the platform. Platform is just a way of putting the things across, but then there's a lot of work behind looking for these possible matches or collaborations and then develop them. But we do work hand in hand with the various EU delegations to Latin American countries through the embassies and everyone who can help us out. And so in that sense, we would be delighted in any case to be in touch with all of those entities and countries that have an interest in this type of project. Thank you.
Gracias, Sergio, y de nuevo muy interesante.
Thank you, Sergio, and a very interesting component is this Digital Alliance project. Yesterday, we were saying that the project is not necessarily helping to resolve the issue as such, but there is a large mass of companies that are very backward in terms of adopting digital technology. But this aims to strengthen the supply of technology companies in the region. And so it's backed by ECLAC and EULAC for you to achieve that target of 100 and joint ventures, as you call them, that will may foster. Well, let's now turn on to Mariana Mendez from ASIE. How are you seeing this challenge in terms of digital transformation, productive digital transformation? Thank you very much, Marco and ECLAC, for the invitation. The government of Chile also as host and chair of this 9th Ministerial EU-LAC conference, and greetings to everyone here. We were saying that we're going from traps to dreams, execution, and now I want to throw a cable down to earth. The issue of telecommunication networks. Telecommunication networks are the basis of digital transformation that is today changing society as a whole. The infrastructure barrier is the barrier of our digital services. And this also has to do with the sustainability of investment in telecom cable networks, essential to continue the process of connecting those who are yet unconnected and improve the connection of those who are already connected, improving traffic, heavy traffic, high fiscal rates, technological cycles, each time shorter and shorter, high spectrum costs, as well as a significant drop in the operator revenues are about 38%. In fixed broadband, 33%, and Akim Mobile, 53%. So all of this in addition to the high cost of regulation, generating a very complex setting. But nevertheless, they have maintained investment of over 23% of their revenue, a data that is even above what happens in other regions. And this is not sustainable over time. So it was already said here, this business is not low cost, definitely not. We are saying that in coming years, according to the NERA consulting firm, Latin American operators would need to invest their investment by about 38 billion over and above the investments necessary to maintain their current networks. These $38 billion are divided into 17 billion to increase the coverage of fixed and mobile nets, and 21 billion until the year 2028 to increase the capacity, that is, absorb increased traffic. And so, Latin America exceeded 78 billion investment in 2018 and 2021. I don't want to overwhelm you with so much data, but it is important to know that mobile traffic subscription services has grown by 14 times, and screening from 29% of world internet traffic is now 66% in 2022. And that is why I'm saying that this is like a cable down to earth, because when we're saying that the regulatory frameworks that we have today were built for a technological reality that is no longer here, we are saying that the idea is to have governance for new digital technologies such as AI that joins the regulatory complexity, but it is necessary. And so configuring the markets, the participating agents, the types of service have changed radically. And so it is crucial that states show their maturity and institutional strength, which is also part of the digital agenda as presented already, to continue with the processes for regulatory improvement and have a more efficiency development of the digital markets. All of this needs to be assessed critically, self-critically, I would say, all the current regulation, and so determine whether they do or not meet the purposes for which they were originally created. It is necessary to check smartly the level of efficiency, efficacy, and balance of the regulatory framework so that the costs do not be higher than the benefits. We must have a prospective approach, how to improve and simplify regulation, how to bring forward regulation that are more adjusted to the realities of the market today and their trends, how to innovate, how to flexibilize. And here we have spoken about this, and in many interventions we heard the word collaboration. I believe that is vital. Also vital is consistency. We must ensure the rules and regulations are consistent. In my country, there is a saying, probably very highly Latin American, you cannot make chocolate without cocoa. We cannot transform digitally if we do not have robust telecom networks, and also, I would say, power networks that are sufficiently robust. And this is for all organizations, not only the telecom companies, but also for digitally born companies or that will undergo a digital transformation. Many countries are in this process of deploying 5G with a financial challenge implied by this. It is high cost, a mass deployment of infrastructure, but we have still not covered issues related to the deployment of networks in previous Gs, lower Gs, and they were never complete. You cannot ignore this. We need connectivity, we all agree, but taxes push up the cost of these devices tremendously. So we're seeing several access devices per family, but the taxes mean that they're unbuyable for many. We need universal control, but these are not used, or the impact of the solutions is not assessed in terms of efficiently using resources. So we must be consistent. There must be a co-responsibility by all players in the digital ecosystem to extend connectivity in the region. Yes, and we speaking of collaboration among the various stakeholders, we must overcome public-private collaboration. We must make it effective, yes, but we also need public-public collaboration. We also need private-private collaboration, and also collaboration with academia and the civil society. A continuous and timely help will help to have a continuous regulatory framework in line with the challenge that we face as a region. Today, more than ever before, we must close ranks and create our own ways out to the digital challenges with the support of other friendly regions. And here I would like to end by saying that this regulatory improvement and digital key must be cross-cutting, comprehensive for all segments, not just regulation with regard to ICTs, but all sectors. And I end with an example from Mexico. The Carlos Slim Piene Foundation has installed health spaces at metro or underground stations, or these hubs where buses come in and metros go out. The experience is totally digital. You come in as a user, you go push your ID through, they take your data, they take a blood pressure, the blood test, blood pressure, and it's all recorded, and anything that's anomalous there means for the user a recommendation that they receive on their mobile phone in terms of habit changes, food, or a diet, and if there's possible diabetes, the use or access to medical appointments are facilitated. But what happens if they don't have the digital password? All the files are digital from beginning to end, but the health ministry or the health secretariat requires the paper files because they must check the files, the medical histories, if they need to. So the entire digital system must end in a mass process, printout of the files and a storage of the files in a physical space, making the service far more expensive and slowing the work of the nurses who are doing the job on a day-to-day basis. And of course, we could also mention other examples, very interesting, in the same sense, in that, of course, it's not only necessary to have a regulatory improvement in the vertical, but cross-cuttingly, and this, as was said earlier, and you, Marcos, said it, we must have also authorities from other sectors here, and this must imply a regulatory improvement to achieve inclusive and sustainable digitalization. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariana, for having brought us that cable down to earth that we are needing desperately. And your comments allow me to say that although the focus that we are wanting to give this new digital agenda for the region is precisely on deepening real and effective use of digital technology to address the development trap. Of course, connectivity will be part of the agenda, and we still face challenges, and we know that there are conversations, quite complex ones, and that affect not only our region, but these are conversations that are more global, such as the famous conversation on fair share.
This should continue to be a space so that we can talk about these matters. I'd like to offer the floor then to Raúl Echeverría. A few months ago, we were talking to Raúl about the need to move into action and specific projects within the framework of ELAC. So, Raúl, we would like to hear what your perspective is on these challenges in terms of productive digital transformation. Thank you, Marcos. As you mentioned in the beginning, when you talked about the panelists, you said they're all friends of ECLAC. And from our perspective, I'd like to say that we find ourselves at ECLAC, which is considered a friend to us as well. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here sharing with everyone in this relevant forum. The Latin American Association of Internet, ALAI, is one of the more visible faces of all things digital in the region, and these are the companies and platforms that are renowned around the world and the most successful ones as well. As someone said, the best known unicorns in the region there. I'm not sure if you would all agree with me, but I feel privileged. Every day when I work, at some point during the day, I realize that we're working on topics that are fantastic, and we've experienced challenging times. Sometimes we're afraid of the technological evolution, but every day we're surprised by something we didn't know was possible to do, and that brings many dreams to mind in terms of the opportunities presented. It's very exciting. And there's a set of people that have this privilege. It's very positive to have the opportunity to be here discussing how these technologies can significantly impact the lives of people in the region. Until 2023, I think the agenda was imbalanced, and we had many discussions on artificial intelligence, on regulations, and very little on how to use these technologies to accelerate our development strategies. I believe that in the last month, there's been a change in this sense, and I think that this meeting that we're having today is proof of that change, and we are much more focused on the development opportunities. To move forward, we need a couple of things. We need to move forward in the right direction and at a good speed. This is like sports, like bicycles, cycling, and you need to know where you're going, but you also need to go at an adequate speed. And there are some bad news. If I am going behind the group, in cycling, the only way to reach them is going faster than the whole group. So we need to end this dilemma that, oh, we're underdeveloped, so we need to simply accept the fact. The bad news are that then the efforts that we need to make are much greater. We need to have more ambitious goals. In the previous presentations, we heard many ideas and examples of policies that take place. And that's what it's about. That's what we need to do. So we need to see how we can accelerate this. And all the companies associated to Ally are doing work on artificial intelligence, which is being used by millions of SMEs in the region, which generates impact on their lives. And when you were talking about the percentages, I was thinking that we need to start thinking about what the SME's digital presence means, because maybe they don't have a website, but they could have an Instagram account, and that's where they offer their products, or they participate in the digital economy, and maybe they have a marketplace or have a digital platform. So truly, at this point in time, we have millions of solutions for SMEs. There's millions of SMEs that participate in the digital economy, and it's important because from what I've seen in life, it's the first time I see an opportunity to build more inclusive development models. I believe that that is what the region needs. So it's not enough to simply grow, but we have found, given the characteristics of the digital world, we have found tools that allow us to make the economy grow, but with some spillover that is much more interesting than in the past, reaching population groups that go beyond the traditional gaps because of their geographical location, gender, or others that I will not mention now. So we have an opportunity that is historic, and the impact today is already on millions of SMEs. Well, there is so much more that still needs to be done than currently exists. So this transformation needs to be at the core of all national and regional strategies. And when we ask in countries, most of the countries in the region have support programs for SMEs and for their digital transformation, but we need to do it at a different scale, a much more massive scale. I feel that the artificial intelligence strategies need to have three characteristics, very important: developing skills at all levels, from the citizens, the way they use their skills to have better connections and to participate in public life. And also, as was mentioned earlier, with developers, entrepreneurs at all levels, we have a huge challenge ahead of us. Adoption of technology, because we're not only talking about creating technology, adopting it as well. And the faster we adopt this technology, the more advantages we will have. In many events, I've heard talk about this premise that we don't have the ability to compete and develop technology in Latin America and the Caribbean, and because it's a lost cause, because there's a monopoly with a few companies in the world. But we have examples, very good examples, of companies that develop artificial intelligence and sell it to large companies around the world. Also, to set a specific example, if you all like soccer the way I do, every time we see a FIFA championship, these sports transmissions have many ideas and statistics and data. It is all developed in Latin America. And I don't think it's because FIFA can't access other markets, because it's good. And we have opportunities there. But we need to have strategies for technological development and for the adoption of technologies. And here we need to attack this introduction of technology at a much higher level. We find ourselves in Chile. I can't think of any other reason why Chile can't be a leader in artificial intelligence applied to mining, or Uruguay maybe having artificial intelligence applied to other solutions. Many countries here are very successful in tourism, and they can't. Why wouldn't they be able to do the same in their fields? It is difficult to innovate in those things that we're good at, but we have to do it. There are many opportunities in these new industries, and we're seeing artificial intelligence applied to technology. And a young entrepreneur recently said at an event similar to this, we have reached the conclusion that we are not a biotechnology company. We basically are an artificial intelligence company that is applied to biotechnology. So we have an opportunity to cooperate with Europe to access these value chains that are distributed throughout other regions. And we aspire to these opportunities, and hopefully we'll see participation in this sense. Someone said this, Yulisa said, in investing in expensive innovation, it's expensive to invest in innovation, but there's no choice. It's like when we know we have to do something, it's expensive, it's difficult, but we have no choice. We have to do it. And the good news is that there are high returns. The countries that have monitoring of these are the right way to go. Thank you, Raul. I am not going to make any comments because we're not doing very well with our time. I'm going to offer the floor now to Javier Arregui from the European Union delegation in Panama. Thank you very much to ECLAC for the possibility of participating in this meeting. I am based in Panama, but as a member of the International Associations team. Again, I'm based in Panama. The idea is to simply be closer to the region, make it more accessible. And we are talking about innovation or deliberating, and these are topics that are quite prominent in the European Union and the member states. We have something called the digital compass, and it includes several objectives. So I'm going to mention some. So for 2030, we have an objective, which is that 75% of the companies that are using cloud data will be incorporating artificial intelligence, and we foresee that we will be more or less at 64% of the companies using the cloud. Big data, 50%. Artificial intelligence, still 17. This is the objective of 75%. In terms of innovation, the idea is to double the unicorns that are active today in the European Union. So going from the current ones to around 500. It's not going to be easy. And we share in the country's concerns, and the goals. We are happy to cooperate and share experiences when possible. There is a lot of talk about infrastructure and skills and specific capacities. I'm going to talk about something that is important for digital technologies and to stimulate innovation and entrepreneurship. What is the problem, though? The problem is that when we talk about digital markets, given the nature of these markets, the network effects, etc., there are a series of platforms that are well known, that have their applications, intermediation, and messaging services. They are true monsters, they're huge. And this gives them the power to limit access to these main markets to smaller companies in order to, that needs these materials in order to offer their services to users as final or end users. And this is the objective of the digital markets, that is their plan. Since 2022, it is to ensure that these companies that have huge power don't use it in an illegal or undue manner.
So what do we want? Of course, we want to firm up competition, stimulate healthy competition, and foster greater participation by users. Since 2022, when the digital market regulations were introduced, 6 platforms have been designated, and these are large, structurally robust platforms. I can list these. This is public information: Amazon, Alphabet, Google, Apple, Microsoft, and TikTok company and Meta, which is Facebook company. So of course, the idea is not to penalize these companies' ability to innovate. What we want is for them to not penalize their service offer to other companies. So what are we concretely doing with these companies? First of all, we are ensuring that those who want to offer services on these platforms will not be arbitrarily blocked, and that they will have the quote-unquote right to technical interoperability with these platforms. Secondly, no exclusiveness in terms of apps. For example, if I want to offer an app on these platforms, I do not have the obligation to offer them on one specific one exclusively. Thirdly, the price policy. There will be no third-party intermediaries involved there. Fourth, equitable markets. This week, we've talked a great deal about the key role of data to bring about wealth and specifically to create AI capacity. The regulations state that data generated by a company, when interacting with the platform and the users, will be accessible to that company. And particularly, the appointed platform will not be able to use these to compete with the company offering the services through the appointed platform. I'm going to stop there. I'm not going, the idea is to not abuse the position and also to ensure that the data generated will be accessible. Okay, then. We are convinced that these regulations are quite relevant. There aren't many countries in the world that have implemented something like this. We are all learning as we go through the application of these regulations. We're learning about the good practices and maybe other aspects that we will have to revisit in the future. There's a great deal of information online. In fact, the first reports regarding how the appointed companies meet the regulations is available online. It's publicly available to all of you. And in conclusion, we believe that this is yet another aspect, topic around which the EU will be able to share its experiences with others. Thank you, Javier. Thank you for those interesting insights. Now, let me give the floor to Nicolas Schubert from Google Hispanoamerica. Thank you, Marco. I will try to be brief, given time constraints, but first I would like to thank ECLAC and the government of Chile for the invitation. I will try to, as I mentioned, be brief and answer some of the questions you mentioned early on, Marco, with regard to how can we change the course here and how can we go from diagnostic to practical, concrete actions. And let me begin by saying that because I'm the last person on the panel, I have a disadvantage in that I have to be able to come up with something that hasn't already been said. Therefore, I will try to do that. Again, when you're the last person, there are also benefits because you can refer to issues that have been addressed or not addressed. I would like to begin by contradicting what I just said and reiterating what it was already said, in that the SMEs are important. They represent more than 90% of global companies. That's what we're talking about. And here, what I would add to this discussion is that technology and AI specifically, but technology globally overall, are very powerful tools that actually specifically enable SMEs and companies at large, but specifically companies, to be more efficient and competitive by providing them with opportunities for growth and opportunities to engage in new markets. Because we are moving from an atom-based market to a bits and bytes-based market. And this is what we could call democratizing the participation in the global economy, and specifically in our region. Now, digitally transforming SMEs involves changing their processes and providing them with skills to innovate and to compete in a level playing field. And Latin American SMEs Latin American Caribbean SMEs operate in certain contexts that are marked by challenges leading them to not have the best access to AI. Often they have inappropriate IT infrastructure, they have limited access to quality data, lack of qualified talent, and regulatory frameworks that often do not provide incentive for innovation. Now, given these practical comments, let me specifically refer to a study that we launched in 2020 called AI Sprinters. We identified 4 key incentives that would help close the digital divide and overcome these challenges. The first is related to prioritizing the IT technology and services on the cloud. We know that the cloud is a way to democratize access to advanced technology, enabling SMEs to be more competitive. And as my grandmother would have said, you don't have to buy the cow to drink the milk. That's not so elegant, but those speaking before me, Marilyn referred to the grounding and Miguel to a bike. But anyhow, the cloud will provide the SMEs better prepared talent in HR. And guaranteeing access to quality data is crucial as well. Here, there is an example that's quite clear. It's the Data Commons program, which is an initiative that aims for data to be more accessible and usable. And there are some experiences out there. Chile, for example, the case I'm more familiar with, has significant astronomical observation capacities and a wealth of data sets that can be used for other applications, productive applications, that is. Also, fostering modern regulatory frameworks that will create incentive for innovation is key. These, I'm referring to spaces such as sandboxes and other regulatory approaches. For example, there's a proposal being discussed in the Congress today in Chile with regard to the AI bill that aims to introduce these types of mechanisms specifically. And just to wrap up, I would like to answer a question that was mentioned early on with regard to what are enabling factors, or what are the key sectors. For example, agricultural sector is an area where AI could improve yield of the crops, making irrigation more efficient, optimizing the use of natural resources. Someone referred to the mining sector in Chile. We also know that AI could help with the service and goods sector. It could optimize exports. AI can optimize import-export processes, making all of this more effective and quicker. And that's what I have for you, given time constraints. Thank you, Nicolas. With those remarks, I believe we are able to close this interesting conversation relative to the challenges we face. We have heard a wealth of interesting initiatives that are already underway in our region. And we have to actually figure out how we can scale up these efforts and reinforce them so that we may make quicker progress and be at the fore instead of looking ahead with desire. We need to be at the fore. Let me mention, as part of my conclusions, that this discussion regarding digitizing the production sector will be a key topic on our agenda over the next 2 years within the ILAC framework. In fact, one of the activities already carried out was a working group on the digital economy. So again, I would just like to appeal to all of you to take full advantage of the institutional opportunities offered by ELAC and specifically the Digital Autonomy Working Group so that our region may make progress regarding business community digitalization. With that, I believe we can move on to the coffee break. 20-minute coffee break. After that, we will reconvene and continue discussing the regional digital agenda. Thank you.